What's up, guys? Let me know if you can hear me. Happy Friday. Gene is in a good mood. And when Gene is in a good mood, everybody's in a good mood. We sure can. Yes. So wait. So just wait. Hold on a second. So Gene, are you gonna tell me? Are you gonna tell me that you're in a good mood when you go to the grocery store and you go to the 10 item or less checkout line, and some person goes into the 10 item or less checkout line and they get a whole basket full, a whole buggy full of items, and they completely ignore the fact that it's the express lane? Are you still in a good mood? Are you still in a good mood? Or what about when you're on the interstate and you're in the left lane and there's somebody that's going 30, maybe even 50 miles underneath the speed limit? Are you still... Yeah, you're so full of shit. She's like, it doesn't bother me at all. I don't believe you for one fucking minute. You're so full of shit. Exactly. Yeah, I'm an aggressive driver by default. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to sit here and tell me that if somebody's in the left lane cock blocking you, going 50 under the speed limit, that you're just like, eh. Well, I think what the world needs, Gene, is we need you to start a YouTube channel on how to teach all of us how to stay in an optimal and good mood all of the time. Because I personally will subscribe to your channel. I will listen to all the advices, and I will let you teach me be a happy-go-lucky, lucky charm person, because I'm certainly not that person. I'm definitely not that person. All right. Welcome to Human Innovation Tarot, everybody. My name is Eddie with Imagine Life Development Center. Welcome to the channel. If you're new, please like and subscribe. Appreciate all of you being here tonight. We will dive in just a moment. Before we get into the readings and the festivities, I need your guys' help. And I mean this in all seriousness. I need assistance here. So, first of all, how's everybody doing? It is, well, I guess it's technically Saturday morning now. It's now February the 8th where I am. So I guess technically happy Saturday to you all. Hope you're doing well. I need your guys' feedback. I need some honest feedback here. So this is an opportunity to be brutally honest about your experiences in the world of tarot and tarot readings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what do you guys? I want to hear from you guys, like for just a few minutes here. As somebody who's out here on the YouTubes doing the tarot, woo woo, what have yous, I want your guys' input. I want your feedback. What do you guys like about tarot readings? What do you guys dislike? Actually, maybe a better question is, why do you guys watch tarot readings? Like what draws you to a tarot reading? Why are you interested in tarot readings? Or why are you here? Why have you entered this live tarot reading, this free live tarot reading? What is the, like what do you guys, what is the desire? What is this the desired result, the desired outcome? What are you guys looking for? What do you like about tarot readings? What do you dislike about tarot readings? What do you find encouraging, empowering? What do you find disempowering? What would you like to see more of? What would you like to see less of? Like, I'm just kind of like trying to brainstorm and trying to gauge what's the word I'm looking for here? So on one hand, I'm out here. The reason that I'm here, let's just start there. The reason that I'm here is to serve the collective. Okay. So I'm here because I have a gift. I have a call in my life to try to help people. That's why I choose to be here. But my being here could be very different than the reasons why you all are here. And so to better understand what it is that you are all desiring, looking for, and all of that, I'm trying to get some metrics here. I'm trying to get some feedback from those of you that I assume, if you're here, in a chat room, a live tarot chat room, that my assumption is that, obviously this is something that you're, it's not entirely new to you. Obviously it's something that you're either into, you're interested in, you're open, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so, where I stand in this genre is I have a little bit, how do I want to say this? My personal thoughts and opinions about tarot is, for the most part, as a consumer of tarot readings, obviously, I practice the art of tarot. I utilize the craft, the skill, what have you. But my perception of what this is, based on what I would consider the mainstream, the general consensus of what this is not something that I find to be very beneficial or useful. That's just my opinion. So I might sound paradoxical or maybe contradicting, because here I am, a person on YouTube with a tarot channel doing tarot readings, and yet I have a criticism about tarot and other tarot channels. And I'm not saying that what other tarot readers are doing is wrong, but rather it's just I look at things through a very practical lens of if what we're doing is entertainment, that's one thing. If you consume tarot for the purpose of entertainment, that's something totally different. Then this doesn't apply to you. This conversation, what I'm speaking of right now, this isn't going to apply to you. If tarot is just entertainment to you, it's just something, it's just like watching reality TV to you, trash TV, whatever, it's like, hey, I don't know, it's just entertainment. I find it entertaining. Then this isn't for you. This conversation isn't for you. You can tune it out. You can come back later, whatever. For those of you that consume or you watch tarot readings because you're actually wanting something, you desire something, you're longing for something, you're craving something, and that's why you watch readings, then this message is for you. So here's my problem. My problem with tarot is that it's very disempowering, because it doesn't, I don't know, I can't name one tarot reader out of all the ones that I've watched in the last, 5 years of doing this. I can't name one person's channel who is actually given any advice or anything substantial in telling somebody, okay, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to change. This is who you need to become. This is what you need to improve. This is what you need to work on. This is what you need to take control of. This is what you need to let go of. It's all just, it's like we're talking about the weather out here. Well, maybe this is going to happen. Maybe that's going to happen. Maybe this person's going to come to you. Maybe this person's not going to come to you. Blah, 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 blah. It's all just potential. We're dealing with the realm of potential. What's possible and what's potentially possible. And while in and of itself, that's fine. That's okay. It's still, in my personal opinion, it's very useless. Like you could spend the rest of your life out here on YouTube watching tarot readings and be none the wiser, be none the better. Your life hasn't changed. You haven't got the thing that you're looking for. You're still the same person in the same place, wanting the same thing, hoping for the same thing, wishing for the same thing. Your life is you're not better. So this is the argument that I have. And I know you guys are like, what the fuck? This dude is like, I came here for a free tarot reading, and this dude is like on this whole tangent. And for maybe like a hot minute, I'm going to be on a tangent here. This is my complaint against tarot. If it's not adding value to your life, then what are you doing with it? Why is it important to you, right? But that's me. That's my argument. That's the way that I live my life. If something doesn't add value to my life, then I have to question its value. That's the way that I think. That's me. I'm not you. You're not me. The way that you perceive life, the way that you value things, the way that you view and perceive, that's your perception, and the way that you live life and all that, that's you. The way that I perceive life, that's how I think. I think of life in terms of, I'm a Virgo sun, by the way. I'm a Virgo sun. So I'm an earth sign. So I think practically. I think in terms of, okay, does this add value to my life, or it doesn't add value to my life? And if it doesn't add value to my life, then what value does it have? Like, how do I categorize this thing in my life that isn't actually adding value to my life? Is it entertainment? Is it just a, like, where do I place that thing in my life? So the reason I'm saying this, the reason I'm bringing this up, is because first and foremost, is I want to serve you all at the highest level. If I'm gonna come out here, okay, if you're gonna be here, so the two most valuable resources that we all have are time and energy. Because time, we can't reproduce it. The two most valuable resources that we cannot reproduce are time and energy. That's it. When today is gone, it's gone forever. We're not getting today back. And we have a limited amount of energy from the time that we're awake until we have to go to sleep to recover said energy. And then we'll get some of that energy back after we sleep, after we rest. And then we'll have another day. We'll get up. We'll expend that energy. We'll utilize that energy doing whatever until we're tired and we have to go to sleep. Right? So I'm here. I don't want to waste my value, the two most valuable resources that I have, my time and energy, being out here, just being another tarot reader. I don't want you guys to be here on my channel wasting your time. It's your time and your energy. So I really want to dial in on what it is that you all really, 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 really need. Why do you watch tarot readings? Why would you come to a free live tarot reading on YouTube? What is the interest? What is the value? Why are you here? What do you desire? And if maybe you've been in the tarot or the spiritual world for a long time. Maybe you're one of the OGs. You've been here for a while. What are your complaints about it? What are the things that you're like, man, I wish that tarot readers would stop doing this, and I wish they would do more of that. Like, I want to know all the things. I want to know your feedback. I want to know what you like about it. I want to know what you hate about it. I want to know what you think is beneficial, what you think is not beneficial, what you think what you would like to see more of, what you would like to see less of. I want to know the general consensus from you all, your feedback, this concept of doing tarot readings, if that makes sense. So, before we jump into the readings tonight, if you guys, for those of you that are here, that are listening to me, if you would, because I'm here to serve you tonight, I'm going to do free readings for you all. So if you could give back to me for just 2 seconds and let me know what your feedback is, I would greatly appreciate it. Because this is obviously going to help me know and learn how to serve you all and how to basically how do I need to shape my channel? What kind of content? What do I need to do to make this beneficial for you all? Because I'm not out here doing this for me. This isn't a hobby. This isn't an interest. I'm not out here just like, oh, I just want to start a YouTube channel. I've got nothing better to do with my time. I'm just going to upload random fucking tarot videos and you either like it or you don't like it. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to serve you all. I have lots of other things that I could be doing with my time. I don't have to be on YouTube. I'm here as part of a mission to benefit and serve you all. And so up until now, I've been guessing or making assumptions about what it is that I think that you all desire and want. But that's, I'm just me. And obviously, to do this better and to do this well, I felt like the most common sense thing to do is just to ask all of you what it is that you like. What do you guys want? Right? What are your opinions? What are your thoughts? So, I feel like I'm like over explaining this, and maybe I am. I don't know, but hopefully this makes sense to you all. But I would definitely love your feedback, because, yeah, I need your feedback, and I greatly appreciate your feedback. And then after I get your feedback, we'll get into said readings. Hey, Brandy. And maybe I'm not going to get an answer. maybe I was a little over ambitious in the chat. I guess we'll find out in about, I don't know, 1 or 2 minutes. We'll find out here. Brandy, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, my friend. I love that you love my content. I love that you love my efforts. I don't take that. Oh, the drama. the drama in the chat. The drama in the chat. Okay, so far what I'm seeing here, you guys are all saying that you appreciate the guidance. There are too many readers who don't know how to they don't know how to read. And there are a lot of frauds, sadly. Gene, are you calling me a fraud? Are you calling me a fraud? I'm just kidding. Lots of viewers are shallow or in low vibration. Terror isn't the problem. The readers and the viewers are individually the problem. Give it a couple hours and people miss their turn. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Well, we'll come back to this. We'll come back to it. I'm gonna beat this with a stick, and you guys are gonna hate me because I'm gonna beat this and beat this and beat this and beat this with the stick until I'm fucking satisfied. Because right now I'm not satisfied. I'm not satisfied with the answers that it's not that I'm not satisfied with the answer I'm seeing. I'm not satisfied with the what the fuck's the word, man? The contribution, for lack of better words. Obviously people come into a fucking free live tarot reading. You're here, you know what tarot is. It's a free reading. I doubt this is your first rodeo investing, being a part of something to do with tarot. So, I guess I'll take it easy on you consumers out there. You want something for free. You want something for nothing out there. I'm talking to you. You want something for nothing. When all I wanted from you was some fucking feedback. I know which one. I know. I can see with my eyes on the chat who's participating and who's not. So I'm going to remember that when it's your turn. When it's your turn and you want your free reading, I'm going to go look at that chat and I'm like, oh, well, I asked a question. I wanted something. I wanted some feedback from you. And you didn't answer. And you want me to answer your question, but you didn't answer my question. I'm just saying. Cheers. Y'all ain't gonna get one over. You ain't gonna pull one over on this Virgo. Y'all ain't gonna pull one over on this Virgo. Okay. Who's first? Who's first? I just wanted a little bit of feedback. I'm going to upload a video about it anyway, but I thought, hey, I'd come out here, try to get some feedback from the general population. What can I do to serve you all better? To make tarot a better experience for you, to be more accurate, to provide you with the information that you're desiring, that'll change your life and get you what you want, and all the things. But all I can do is try. All I can do is try. All I can do is try. And may I ask who I have to look forward to coming towards me in love? Okay. Now, you guys better pay attention. My mind just asked a question. Are you really first? You are. Hot damn. That's badass. Okay, all right. Hold on. Just give me like 10 seconds here. I don't know where to stop with this. I don't know where to stop with this. All right, all these cards are from the bottom of the deck. Top of the deck, bottom of the deck. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see my moderator pissed the fuck off, watch this. All you got to do is whip this little deck out right here. And she goes batshit crazy. She hates it. She hates this deck. She hates it. She fucking hates it. She hates it. She hates it with a passion. The minute I pick it up, I can feel her energy. She's just like, It's all right, though. It's all right. Jean's going to be my surrogate mother. For those of you that know what a surrogate is, and if you don't know what a surrogate is, you can Google it. And you won't regret it. But Jean is going to be a surrogate for me. So, it's all good. She's a Leo, I'm a Virgo. She's my surrogate. That's why she's also my mod. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Jean. Okay, where do we start? So what's coming towards you in love? Are you ready for this? Maybe the better question is who is this? Who is the soul contract person that you have coming toward you? You get a soul contract. Like this is a soul contract. Like see that? It says soul contract. This is like big deal soul contract. I'm getting past energy vibes for some reason. I'm going to tell you why, Gene, I'm getting past energy vibes here. Because I see this not aligned energy here. We have decisions not aligned. We have destruction, which this card is basically the Tower card in reversed. So this is like the Tower in reverse. We have fulfillment. We have wisdom. We have recovery. We have passion. We have karma. And then we have soul contract here. And underneath that, we have leadership. And underneath that, we have a normal contract. So now, let's go over here to Mr. King of Swords. Because all the other surrounding cards and the what have yous and all the other skating rink mysteries that are happening here for you. Rink over here. Now we have the Lovers in reverse, which is Gemini. What else do we have? We have a Scorpio energy here. And Libra over here. Now, I would say Virgo, but I'm not going to say Virgo because if I say Virgo, you're going to think it's Virgo, and it's not the Virgo that you're thinking that it's the Virgo. It's not that Virgo. But we do have Libra. Technically, we do have Virgo. And then we have you. And interestingly enough, you're not in your typical Queen of Wands mode. You're in the Queen of Cups mode over here. So somebody who has an Ace of Wands for you, and for those of you that are at least 21 years of age, when a man has an Ace of Wands for you, that means that's what that means. Now, if you're Gene, you're used to that. Gene just walks around in public and that happens. So, Ace of Wands. Gene doesn't flinch at the Ace of Wands. But for you, Gene, since I'm talking to you, Gene, you got somebody here that's got the Ace of Wands going on for you. There's a lot of excitement and fun here with the Three of Cups, which is also a reunion card. This is where I think the past energy really comes from here. I don't think that you know who this person is. Like, you're not going to think of this person. You're not going to think of this person. I'm done with Scorpios never again. Look at her in the chat. She's talking, guys. If you're not watching, she's talking in the chat. But there's somebody that you're not gonna, well, it depends on how big it is. Why does it have to, first of all, why does it have to be big? Because from what I've heard, based on, I don't know, like 95, 97% of the women, you only need like 3 inches. Is that true? Is it true? Come on. Tell the truth, ladies. I need to know. We need to know the truth, goddammit. Is it true? You only need 3 inches. It's how you use it, Eddie. Well, obviously, I'm not going to whip it out. So, I mean, yes, it might be how I use it, but we're talking about we're talking about the general consensus from you ladies. Is it true, ladies, that you only need 3 inches? And just keep this in mind, ladies. You could radically be changing a man's life right now. There is a man in this chat right now. There's a man in this chat right now that's got 3 inches, and all you have to do is go, that's all we need. All I need is 3 inches. And he's like, fuck yes. You just literally made his year. And the more of you ladies that confirm that all you need is 3 inches, then every man can just be completely everybody's just going to be every man in the chat, which I guess is just me at this point. I'm the only dude. Fuck it, Eddie. Just stop. You're the only guy here. I'm the only guy here. Okay. Never mind. Just forget everything I was saying. Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second. I haven't forgotten where we are over here. Okay, the cards aren't leaving. How many different ways can you use it? The thing goes in the hole. How many different ways can you use it? The thing goes in the hole. How many different ways can you use it? How many different ways can you use it? No, wait. Now, hold on, Brandy. Hold on, Brandy. You started this. You started this, Brandy. You started this. You were the one who said it's about how you use it. Look, it's 12:30 in the morning. That's what we do. Some people have skills with speed and agility. That's what I was saying. Oh, okay. Okay. Y'all gonna okay. Y'all gonna use those big people words. Karma Sutra. I'm just a single, lonely, celibate man doing tarot readings at 12:30 in the morning. What do I know? What do I know? Cheers. Different things, man. I agree, Brand. By God. My Ace of Cups is empty. All right. So we've all concluded and we've all agreed that it only takes... We have to put it in the chat. Hold on. Hold on. Well, that's true. That's true, Gene. That's 100,000% true right there. You guys push a 9-pound. Listen. Listen. Have you... Have any of you ladies, have any of you ever seen a 9-pound penis? Probably not. I'm assuming you probably haven't seen a 9-pound penis. And yet, you can push a 9-pound baby out. And you're worried about size? Does size matter or does it not matter? She's like, no, hell no, run for the hills. Well, I'm just going to put my 2 cents in the chat, or my 3 inches in the chat. There. I've said it. It's written. For fun. So what are you saying, Gene? Are you saying that you don't benefit from something that big going in and out of you? I mean, I would assume that if you allow something that large to pass through your being, that there's something that you do. There's a benefit. We're just... Welcome to Howard Stern. Welcome to the Howard Stern Tarot channel. We're just Howard Stern now. That's what we're here. We're just going to talk about porn, penises, and all the things. My babies aren't going to... Well, how do you know? You don't know if they're going to be 9 pounds. I'm about to find out right now. Let's find out. Let's find out how many pounds. The first card that comes out, whatever that number is the pounds that your baby's going to be. Oh, there it is. Are y'all ready for this? Are y'all ready for this? Here it comes. The big reveal. How many pounds is the baby that's going to come out of Gene? That's lame. I gotta pull another card. That's not a number. You can't have an 11-pound child. It's not gonna be 11 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a number. That's an 8-pound child for you, Miss Jean. May not be 9, but you're going to have an 8. And look, there you are pregnant. This is what came out afterwards. The Queen of Pentacles, that's you with an 8-pound child. That's you holding an 8-pound child in your hand right there. And you want to know how you got the 8-pound child? Because you did this. You see these two little bastards down here? These two little fuckers down here? That's why. Good for you. Good for you, Gene. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. And we see it too. It's right here in your reading. It's right here in your reading. You think I'm joking around with you, but here it is, right here. Look. You see what this card says? It says passion. So you and somebody, well, not somebody, you and this guy. I don't know who Mr. King of Swords is. We're all waiting for you to tell us who Mr. King of Swords is. We're all dying to know. Maybe a Gemini with the Lover's card. Maybe. Maybe a Libra with the Justice energy over here. What else do we have here? We have a Scorpio. But I don't really get Scorpio vibes. I don't get Scorpio vibes. And I'm going to tell you why I think this is somebody from the past. I'm going to tell you why I think this is somebody from the past for Gene. You guys want to hear do you want to hear my hypothesis? You guys don't give a fuck. You don't give a shit. You're like, whatever, dude. Fake ass tarot reader bullshit. You guys don't care. I know you don't care, but I'm going to tell you anyway. So here we go. This is why I think this is somebody from the past. Because of this. First and foremost, we have the Page of Cups here, and we have the Seven of Swords. So somebody... Oh, also, we have this recovery card over here. And we have not aligned. We have this destruction in reverse. We have fulfillment. And we have decision. This person, Gene... This person from your past has been doing a lot of thinking, a lot of reflection. And as a man who has admittedly fucked up a time or two when it comes to relationships and women, I know what it's like. I know what it's like when you meet that one woman and you know that you know that you know that you know that you know she's fucking special. Not only is she special, but she's different. Not only is she different, but she's irreplaceable. And not only is she irreplaceable, but she has an effect on you in a way that no other woman has ever had an effect on you before. So you've essentially, as a man, you've just encountered what the kids call a unicorn. Now, when you find a unicorn, as a man, or just a unicorn in general, you find and encounter one of these mythological creatures, a lot like a Sasquatch, or something like that, the Loch Ness Monster. You don't believe it. You don't want to believe it. Because it's a unicorn. It's Bigfoot. It's the Loch Ness Monster. And that shit's fake. It's fairy tales. It's not real. And so, unfortunately, what we do is we self-sabotage. We fuck up. And you experience the phenomenon of what is known as the one who got away. And as a man, whoever this man, this King of Swords is, that we're all dying to know. We're all dying to know. Who is the King of Swords, Gene? From your past. There's somebody from your past who has had a come to Jesus moment, a realization or a revelation that you were the one that got away. Now, this person, let's look at the clues. Let's look at the clues, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the clues. A good detective always looks at the clues. What's going on with this man? Well, first of all, this Five of Swords is related to the past. So obviously, this person in your past, whoever this person is, Gene, from your past, this person realized they fucked up. That's what the Five of Swords is. The Five of Swords is, oh my God, I fucked up. Now, that brings us to the Lover's card in reverse. The reason that this situation did not turn into something desirable, or the reason it didn't work out, the reason that it failed, ABC, XYZ, is because this person was in the Five of Swords, and because they were in the Five of Swords, it resulted in the Lover's energy in reverse, which is also why we see the Destruction card over here, also why we see the not aligned energy there. It's all here. It's all here. Now, this person has been sitting on their hard-on for a very long time. The Knight of Pentacles is Mr. Slow as fuck. Probably one of my least favorite cards in the entire tarot is the Knight of Pentacles, because I'm way too fucking impatient to deal with slow bullshit. If it's slow, then it deserves the middle finger. I don't like slow. Slow is too slow for me. Like, we're all gonna fucking die. Nobody gets out alive. Like, we don't have time to waste just sitting around, sticking our thumbs up our assholes. Like, life is happening. Like, drive 20 over the speed limit because you're going to die any fucking moment. That's life. Like, there's no guarantees when it comes to fucking life. You're here and then you're dead. That's so. All the slow and patient stuff and all that. That's my that's my kryptonite. Me and patience, me and anything having to do with patience do not get along. I'm an impatient motherfucker. I do not like being patient. I do not like being patient. The Knight of Pentacles is Captain Patient. So Mr. Knight of Pentacles can go fuck himself because he's patient and I'm not patient. He's the motherfucker driving 20 miles per hour underneath the speed limit in the fucking fast lane on the interstate. So he can go fuck himself. But this isn't my reading. This is Gene's reading. So Mr. Slow Pants over here has had a hard-on, the Ace of Wands. That's what the Ace of Wands is. It's a hard-on. This Mr. Slow Pants over here has had a lot of time to think about Gene while they've had a hard-on, essentially. We have the Two of Pentacles here. The Two of Pentacles is about, I don't know what to do. Hindsight is 20/20. Gene, I'm realizing that this woman was something extremely valuable that I allow to slip through my fingertips. And so now we have a lot of regret. The Page of Cups over here is the apology that wants to come to you about the fact that whatever I did in the Five of Swords, also in the Seven of Swords. But then we have the recovery card over here, which is their essentially the story, basically. This person is going to come back and go, hey, look, I've changed, I'm different. I'm going to come back and go, hey, look, I've changed, I'm different, I've healed, I'm a new person. 8 reasons why somebody comes back from the past and they try to convince you to give them another chance. Now, sometimes these people have changed and sometimes they haven't. So it's up to us to do our due diligence to qualify that these people have changed and if we want to allow them into our life or not. Okay. We have the Eight of Swords. This person. We have the Eight of Swords. This person is they're way overthinking this. They've been overthinking it. That's why they've been in the Two of Pentacles for a long time. This person has been overthinking and replaying scenarios in their mind a million times, and they just project the worst case scenario. So whoever this person is, they don't have a lot of confidence. They probably have low self-esteem, low self-worth. But that's totally different. The Ten of Cups is here. The Ten of Cups is the way that they view you, Gene. And the Death card is obviously, again, one side of the energy is just here to tell you, yeah, this is somebody that you had a past relationship with. It was something that ended. Something very past that ended here, but it's also the second energy is a card of transformation, which again is this person coming back to you, essentially trying to convince you that, hey, I love you, I care about you. Hindsight is 20/20. I fucked up, I failed. You're the love of my life. You're this, you're that. You're amazing. Whatever they say to you, because this person believes this. This person believes that you, Gene, and them, this person believes that you two have a soul contract. And I'm not going to argue with that belief. And the reason I'm not going to argue with that belief is because we have proof right here. Whoever this person is, you have a soul contract with. So whoever this King of Swords is, you have a soul contract with. The soul contract isn't finished. This person's coming around for round 2, maybe round 3, maybe round 5, or maybe round 3 inches. Maybe with that Ace of Wands, maybe it's round 3 inches. I don't know. And why is it 3 inches? Because we have the 3 of Cups right next door. 3 cups, 1 wand equals 3 inches in tarot world, okay? And I'll debate you. I'll debate any one of you who wants to come at me and tell me that an Ace of Wands plus a 3 of Cups does not equal 3 fucking inches. When that's what every single one of you women out there have basically said all night long, that's all you need is 3 fucking inches. So whoever this King of Swords is doesn't need anything more than a 3-inch sword to make you happy. So let's take a look at the let's take a look at the chat. Let's take a look at the chat. What are you guys saying in the chat? I get told that by every guy and most all my female friends, so that's not news. Brandy says, no, that isn't a unicorn. Jean says, that's Gemini. No thanks. He's miserably married to a control freak. I'm super patient. Something is wrong with me. If it's Gemini, it's been like 15 years. He was in the he was in the Navy. He was in the Navy and wanted to play and then wanted to get married. I said, nope. His loss, not mine. But wait, there's more. He's not an ex. We were friends who liked each other. And he didn't want to be attached when he went to the Navy. No fucking thanks. Three inches soft, right? Well, hold on, Gene. I can't lie. I have a reputation to uphold here out in Tarot Land, first of all. The cards are the reputation. Here are all the receipts. Okay. It's not my reading, it's your reading. I'm just the messenger. You asked the question what was coming towards you in love, and you get Mr. Gemini Navy 3 inches note man. I don't know. Look, listen to Brandy. Don't listen to me. Listen to fucking Brandy Zeller. She's the fucking, she's the spiritual badass. You guys have been here for her readings before. She's like the, I don't know. She's an ascended master. Listen to Brandy. Don't listen to me. Listen to Brandy. Okay, so Gene. I don't know who the King of Swords is. I'll try. I will try. We have Libra over here. We do have a Libra card with Justice. But you know what? This is what we're going to do. Because you're my mod. You're my Leo. You're my favorite. I don't have favorites, but I have favorites. But I don't have favorites. But just pretend I didn't say that. A King of Pentacles fell out. I don't think that was for you. Who is the King of Wands? The King of... Why did I say King of Wands? The King of Swords. Who is the King of Swords? Let's find out. Tell me the King of Swords. Ace of Pentacles. Not helpful. King of Swords. Eight of Cups. Not helpful. King of Swords. Eight of Wands. We got two eights. 8-8. Maybe 8-8 has a... Maybe there's an 8-8 something with an 8-8. Still not very helpful. Six of Wands. Still not very helpful. Five of Pentacles. Not very helpful. We have a Virgo here and we have a Virgo here. But I don't think this is a Virgo. It's not a Virgo. I can tell you it's not a Virgo. Nine of Swords in reverse. Ace of Cups. It's not a Virgo. I know for sure it's not a Virgo. We did have the King of Pentacles that came out just a second ago, but that's the other bleed energy, the bleed through energy. We're not talking about him. Well, there you are with the Sun card. High Priestess, King of Cups, Seven of Wands, the World, the Queen of Cups, Six of Swords, the Devil. You're still not telling me who this King of Swords is. And we have the Queen of Cups here twice, by the way. So this person got a lot of fucking feelings for you. Which I already knew. I already knew that. Come on. Seven of Swords in reverse, and we have the Seven of Swords there. So yeah, like, I hate when tarot does this. This is one of my main complaints about tarot, and I can't control it. It's when the cards don't tell me what I'm asking. Two of Cups. Yeah, I know that. You're still avoiding the answer. I just want to know who he is. Please tell me the King of Swords. Show me the King of Swords. Show me the King of Swords. Who is this? The Fool in reverse. Okay. Two of Pentacles again. We have that twice. Two of Wands. Five of Swords twice. You just don't want to tell Jean who this is. You just want to leave her in suspense. That's fine. Leave Jean in suspense. Okay, well, they were a player. They were retarded. They were reckless. Wait, I can't say it. I shouldn't say that. We'll bleep that out. I didn't say the R word. You guys didn't hear me say that. I did not say the R word on YouTube. They'll ban me. I'll get canceled. Well, there you are, Jean, with Leo, the string card. Can you just tell me who the King of Swords is? Is it a Libra? Okay. Well, we have an Aquarius. Finally, we have an air sign. So, I don't know, Jean. Do you know an Aquarius? Do you know an Aquarius? I mean, I went through a good portion of the deck. I don't know how many cards that was. How many cards did look, this is a lot of cards that I just put out here, trying to figure out who the hell this King of Swords was for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 26 cards out of 78. 26 out of 78. And we got an Aquarius. Do you know an Aquarius, Jean? This is definitely somebody from your past. For sure. All right. Let's just cut to the chase, okay? Let's cut to the fucking chase here. Here we go. Let's cut to the chase. What do we need to know about this King of fucking Swords here? What do we need to know about him? There's no answer that we're going to give Jean that she's going to be happy with. Well, they seem to think it's true love. I'm just the messenger, but that card clearly says true love. This card says, let your friends help you. So I don't know. Whatever that means to you. Your friend, letting your friends help you. I'm your friend. I'm helping you. That's me. Let your friends help you. That's me. I'm here. I'm your friend. I'm helping you. That's what it's talking about. And you have true love here. This is the romance of a lifetime. That's what it says at the bottom of this card. Next, look, children. You said you wanted 8 children. Well, here you are. You're going to get 8 children. Each child of your 8 children are going to weigh 8 pounds. And so that by the time you've had 8 8-pound children, it won't matter whether he had an 8-pound, what have you, an 8-pound wand, or he had a 3-inch wand. It won't matter. It won't matter. And look, you guys are going to go on a retreat, which is when you guys are going to start popping or populating all your 8-pound children with his 3-inch wand. So I approve. I approve of this reading. And if anybody in the chat that disapproves of this reading, then you can get the fuck out. Because my mod is going to have 8-pound children with a King of Swords who has a 3-inch wand. 12-12. Jean, you have somebody from your past coming back. And it's an air sign. I don't know who it is, but you have an air sign from your past that's coming back. You have a soul contract with this person. It's not done. It's not over. It's right here. You're going to have tons of babies. And I better get a fucking invitation to your wedding. If you don't invite me to your wedding, I'm going to be offended. I will be offended if you do not invite me to your wedding. I better. And if you, and if you have 8 kids, I get to name one of them. If you have 8 children, I get to name one of them. You can name, you and Mr. 3-inch wand can name the other 7, but I get to name the 8th child. I claim that right here. I claim that in the name of Yeshua. Yeshua the Christ, the Savior of humanity. I claim it. I name it and claim it right here, right now. Why you got to bring your mom into it? I was trying not to think about your mom. I was trying not to think about your mom. I get to name the 8th child. No. Look. Look. It's right there. It's in the chat. You can't change it. It's in the chat. It says it right there. Eddie gets to name Jean's 8th child. Oh, so wait, you trust me to give you a tarot reading about your children, but you don't trust me to name one of them? What the fuck, Gene? What the fuck? Hold on, Brandy. No, Brandy's trying to butt in. Brandy, you're trying to butt in all of a sudden. I'm old. I don't know if I can have that many. How old are you, Gene? Everybody try to guess Gene's age. Put it in the chat. How old do you think Gene is? If I was going to guess your age, I would guess it based on your icon. Oh man. You just said it out loud. No more guessing. She's 40. So you don't think you could have 8 kids in the next 5 years? Everyone thinks that I'm a teenager. That's interesting. I haven't really thought about how old I thought you were until just this moment. I didn't think about this. I have this thought hasn't crossed my mind. Interesting. 40 years old. I don't know if I thought you were 40 years old. I don't know if I thought you were 40 years old. But I do think you could have 8 children. Look at what was her name? Octomom, it was the Octomom, right? She had like fucking 20, she pumped out 20 of those little bastards like all at once. You can do it. You have like, I don't know how many. Let's ask ask Google or Chat GPT. How I'm doing it. I'm on it. How many eggs does the average woman if I can spell. There we go. Holy shit. The average woman is born with around 1 to 2 million eggs. But this number significantly decreases as she ages, with only around 300 to 500,000 eggs remaining by the time she reaches puberty. By menopause, she will have very few eggs left, typically less than 1,000. I'm sorry, guys. Temperance. Look, the advice that I got from the divine is temperance. Like, dude, temperance, man. Here's the thing. Nobody's liking or subscribing or sharing because I can see the like button is 0. I only got 1 like on my channel and my subscriber count is still 284. God damn it. Brandy says the more that you know. All right. Okay. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm here for tarot readings. That's right. But I don't have any more drink. Well, I do, but it's not in front of me. Okay. All right. Let me scroll up the. Hold on. Go up the fucking list. No ha. I don't know how to pronounce your name. That makes me feel that makes me feel bad. Noha or Noha or Noah. Esam. If you're here, it's your turn. If Noha is not here. If Noha is not here, Desha. If you're not here, Dairy Master, you were here earlier. And if Dairy Master isn't here, then my dearest friend, Brandy. Desha is here. Okay, Desha. Desha is here. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Desha. She or he or they or for the love of God, just Desha, ladies and gentlemen. You may ask your question. Advice for my she. Yes, she. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for owning your she-ness in the year 2025. Like, if I had a vagina, I would own that shit. I'm just saying. Like, legit. I'd be like, fuck yeah. I got a fucking vagina. And that shit is fucking dope. It's dope. It's dope like... It's like that Leo. That good gene. It's good. Look, I can tell you all this. I can tell y'all this much. If I was a woman and I had a vajayjay, I know for sure it could pump out 8 kids. What say you, Gene? Come on, Gene, back me up here. You know I could do 8 kids. At the bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Wands, Daisha. So, what does that tell you? Well, I don't normally start the readings from the bottom of the deck, but what I can tell you is your crush is, oh boy, what do they call it these days? If I can give you, I don't know, like a visual aid, one of these things. I don't know if you know what that means, but there's a lot of that going on with your crush. So when he thinks about you with the Ace of Wands, he's doing the thing that I just showed you that he was doing. Okay. So there's that. All right. What else do we need to know for Daisha? Well, that's true, Gene. Look, of course I don't want any because I'm not a woman and I don't have a vajayjay. But I'm saying if I was a woman, Gene, and I had a vajayjay, I know that my vajayjay could shoot out 8 of those little bastards. Those 8 of those little energy vampires. They'll be bam, 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 bam. I have 2, and once they're toddlers, you miss being babies, but I'm done. I'm good with 2. They're expensive. Now, see? That's wisdom right there. Mom life. You told me your name once because we talked about this. I said, I don't like calling you Mom life. Was it Jeanette? Was something with a J, right? Or am I wrong? Was it Jeanette? What was your name? Don't hate me because I forgot the one time. Meanwhile, Daisha's like, okay. Can I just get a reading? Can I just get a reading, sir? Please, sir, Mr. Sir, can I please get my reading? Okay, about your crush, about your crush, about your crush, about your crush, about your crush. Well, Daisha, I don't like his energy. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, even if he does thinking about you. I don't like it. I'm about to tell you why I don't like it. I don't like it. I have mom brain. Shit, I forgot. I've been here before, my slow self. It took me off giving my reading to someone else. Can take my place. I literally forgot I've been here before. Wait. Why are you giving up your reading? Focus, Eddie. All right, Daisha. I'm sorry. I shouldn't look at the chat while I'm doing your reading. I shouldn't. Mom life, don't give up your reading just because you've been here before. Oh. Okay. There we go. 2. Okay. How do I say this? Your ex is not the person that you need to be with. We'll just tell the truth. This guy is not the person for you. I'm going to tell you why. 7 of Swords. This person can't be trusted. Page of Wands. They're super immature. Ace of Cups, that's your energy tied to them. 3 of Swords, this person has hurt you once, they're going to hurt you again. Ace of Swords, you need to see the truth about this. The Moon card is about the illusions. The Ace of Swords is about you need to see through the illusions. The 9 of Swords is essentially the state, your emotional state, if you continue to attach yourself to this person's negative energy. Okay? The Wisdom card down here is basically saying, hey, look, this guy with the male energy in reverse here, this person is hurt people. This man, your ex, is a hurt person. And unfortunately, because they are a hurt person, the only thing that they're going to give is more hurt. So they're just going to continue to pay forward the pain and the hurt that they're experiencing as a result of not working on their own pain and hurt. That's what this is about. That's why the paradigms card is here. The paradigm is about your belief system. This person has a corrupted beliefs about themselves, low self-esteem, poor self-worth, whatever. But there's a second energy attached to the paradigm's energy, which is your energy. And this card is calling you and asking you to rethink your attachment to this person, which is the Ace of Swords energy, which is right above it. The Ace of Swords is about truth, cutting through the bullshit, seeing through the illusions. It's clarity. It's truth. And when we embrace the truth sets us free. So the divine is here essentially trying to assist you and guide you away from the pain and heartache that you will basically be manifesting or bringing more. The word that I'm looking for is you know, I can't think of the word I'm looking for. It's escaping me. But the bottom line is here is the more that you hold on to this person, the more misery and pain that you're inflicting upon yourself, which is why the Prisoner card is here, but it's showing up in the reverse position, which is the divine telling you that only you can free yourself from the prison of the pain that you're experiencing by holding on to this toxic person. Because this person is not good for you. They're not right for you. Which is why you have the Release card here. The Release card is about you walking away, releasing this because it's not good for you anymore. And the Divine Masculine here at the bottom of the deck is about you taking your power back. Because up until now, you've been giving your power away to this person. And I'm not here to judge you. I'm guilty of this. I've done this too, by the way. Like we all make mistakes in relationships. I've done this before. I've given my power away to toxic people in my past and all the things. Okay. Underneath this is passion. You know, let's face it. There's no sex like trauma bond sex. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you're with. When you're in a toxic relationship with somebody that is terrible for you, the sex is fucking mind-blowing. And I mean it. The absolute best sex that I have ever had in my entire life was with women who were completely fucked up. They were completely toxic. It was a completely toxic trauma bond. Because passion and sexuality is a vehicle and a release for the trauma. All that trauma, all that energy that is stored up inside of us has an opportunity to be released during sexual intimacy. And that's an ideal form of release for toxic energy because it feels good. And because it feels good, we get addicted to it. So then we want to stay with it and we attach to it and we want to stick, we want to cling to it. We don't want to leave it. And essentially it becomes a drug. So our nervous system, because we're experiencing the release of serotonin and dopamine and we're having this crazy mind-blowing sexual experience, we become infatuated with the illusion. The moon energy is the illusion. We become infatuated with the toxicity and the fantasy as a result of the passion that we experience through sexuality. When the sex is that good with somebody that's absolutely terrible for us, it's like we're addicted to meth or heroin. Like we're essentially like crack addicts, basically, at this point. And so, you've had that experience with this person. Now, we have the synchronicity card here, which is the divine basically has been trying to send you messages. The divine has been trying to get your attention. The divine has been trying to guide you to walk away from this because the divine has two non-negotiables with every single one of us. The divine will not violate your free will, and the divine will not give you anything that's not in your highest good. Well, this guy is not in your highest good. He's been putting you in the Nine of Swords. And the Nine of Swords is really, 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 really fucking bad energy. It's really bad. You're one step away from an absolute deep dark night of the soul. The Ten of Swords is like the deep dark night of the soul. The Nine of Swords is one step ahead of that. And this person, this man, this dude, your crush that you asked for this reading about, has put you in the Nine of Swords. This person isn't your person. They're not good for you. They're not healthy for you. You have free will. You can do whatever you want to do. This person, they're not going to change, and they're not going to give you anything different than what you've already experienced. So if you're holding onto this person in the hopes that they're going to change, that somehow something is different is going to occur, some different reality or some change or something, that's not going to happen. The person that you're experiencing right now who's been hurting you is the person that they're going to continue to be. We all get what we tolerate. So the longer that you, with your own free will, your choice, the longer that you decide and choose to stay or remain attached to this person's energy, the more that you're going to be hurting yourself on top of the hurt that this person has already caused to you. And the divine doesn't want you to experience that, nor would I. I wouldn't want you to experience that, and I don't even know you. So the advice for you is to release this person. This is the advice. Release. Walk away. Let it go. There's something better, far, 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 far more better for you out there than whoever this person has been. And I know it can be hard to let it go, especially when you have an intense connection that hijacks your nervous system. When you have a toxic trauma bond, and there's a reason for that phrase, there's a reason for the term trauma bond. We have a trauma bond for a reason. That's why it actually has its own phrase, its own title, right? Because it's a very, very real thing. And that's all that this is. This crush, this infatuation, this passion that you have for this person is a trauma bond. It's not healthy, it's not good for you, and it's not going to do anything but hurt you. That's all that's going to happen for you. This person is going to hurt you. Again and again and again and again and again. You're going to change them. They're not going to change. And please don't be upset at me. I'm just the messenger. I'm just here to tell the truth. I don't choose the cards. I don't choose the message. The messages come out. I'm just here to be the messenger. But I hope that it helps you. Is Brandy next? Is the almighty Brandy next? I know. I don't worry about that. Well, that's good. I hope you don't worry about it. Some people are here. They come and go. And some people... God, I hate my fucking software. Let's refresh. If the screen freezes, please refresh your browser. So if you experience any pauses, any freezes on your YouTube, just hit the refresh button and it should be okay. Just to look into this month ahead. Whatever comes through. Okay. Now what's happening? Oh. Okay. Brandy, 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 Brandy. Brandy, Brandy, Brandy. Okay. Okay, my friend. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. I shouldn't be surprised. Where do we start? Where do we start? All right. So, Brandy, the Brandy says, "Is it bad? Is it bad?" Let's all hold our breath. Let's all hold our breath in suspense for a minute. Everybody, ready? 3, 2, 1. How long can you hold your breath? How long can you hold your breath in suspense for Brandy? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it good? Oh, Brandy. Is it bad? Is it good? Of course it's good. Is it bad? Shame on you, Brandy. Shame on you. Shame on you. Why am I saying shame on you? Have you not learned, young Jedi? Did you guys just see that little orb that just came by? I just saw it. I just saw it come right down there. Shame on you, Brandy. So let's all start here. Let's start here with Brandy. Brandy! Why do we gotta start here? Come on. What does that say? Surrender obsessive. Probably nothing, but anyway. Let's read the card. Let's read this together. Take a look. It's in the book. Reading Rainbow. Okay. If you're obsessing about a person or situation, turn the dilemma over to the divine. Doing so will help you bring clarity or even solve the problem. So the very fact, Miss Brandy Zeller, that you assume that it was bad, well, no apples for you, Missy. No apples for you, Brandy. Surrender the obsessive thinking, the negative obsessive thinking, because your reading is actually not bad. He just likes saying my name, Eddie, Eddie, Eddie. Well, Brandy, Brandy, Brandy. Yeah, I do like saying your name. It's a special name. How many Brandys have you met in your life? I know one other Brandy. That's it. 43, almost 44 years alive. I only know 2 Brandys and you're one of them. See? See how special you are? Now, let's get into the things. If I had to summarize all these cards into a theme for you, the theme for you tonight, Brandy, the theme for you tonight is hope. It's hope and inspiration. It is hope and inspiration. And you know what? You want to know why it's hope and inspiration? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about the hope and inspiration. The hope and inspiration starts over here. So this Bard card, the Bard card, is all about your creativity. So the card says music, poetry, history, enchantment, storytelling. It's your creativity. This card signifies the energy of your creativity. What is inside of you? What is the power of the divine inside of you that wants to expand outside of you, which are your creations? It's your gifts, your talents, your ability. It's what you incarnated here to give to the world, to share with the world, that the world wants and desires, because without you sharing the expansion of the creations from the infinite inside of you, the world misses out on those experiences. So the divine is gently highlighting the fact that you're still withholding a part of you that is dying. It's dying to be released out in here to the world to be experienced. Because that's how any experience that we have as human beings outside of the experiences we give ourselves come to exist. What do I mean? I'm glad you asked. What I mean by that is that when you go to a movie and you watch a movie or you watch TV or you're scrolling on your phone or anything that you did not create that affords you an experience outside of yourself that you enjoy, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. Like most people have one of these fucking things and, on them 24/7. And most people look at things, they scroll through things, they enjoy things on it. Well, those are all creations. Somebody created the device, somebody created the app, somebody created the video, somebody created the thing that we're looking at and scrolling on, somebody created some type of content. Somebody out there was creating something, and we're all here experiencing the creations of those who basically just had the balls to do the creating. Right? We're all consumers, and we're all theoretically and technically we're all creators. We're all here to do both, is my point. We're all, every single one of us, there's no such thing as better than or less than. You're no better than me. I'm no better than you. We're no better than Elon Musk, who created Tesla, or no better than whoever created that thing or created that movie or did this thing or created that music. We're no better than Taylor Swift. She's no better than us. It's all in relationship to come outside of us, to be known. And every single one of us, all of us, every single one of us, you, me, all of us, we all have the same capability and capacity to be our own quote unquote Taylor Swift. We can all be our own quote unquote Elon Musk. We can all be our own Steve Jobs. We can all be our own whatever or whoever. You know, it doesn't matter. Whatever your thing is, whatever your person is, it doesn't matter. Every single one of us has some force, some type of creation, because all that stuff is just energy. Every single one of us has an energy inside of us, which is the divine, that wants to expand and create something, which is an experience that other people, ourselves included, get to have. Now, sometimes some experiences we create for ourselves, and sometimes we create experiences for ourselves and others. But we all are creators. At the end of the day, every single human being on the face of this planet is a creator. And so what the divine is wanting to remind you, Brandy, is you're a creator. What did you come here to create? What is your soul's journey? What is your soul's mission? What is your soul's purpose? And you know what that is. And when you withhold your creation and energy, well, we're going to talk about energy here. If all creation, in whatever form it takes, all creation is energy. And all energy is either expanding or contracting. Expansion is life, creation. Contraction is death. Right? And we're in one form or the other. We're either expanding or contracting our energy. So as we create, which is our natural, when we're healthy and we're doing the thing that we were meant to do as human beings, every single one of us would consistently be in an act of creation. Because we would be tapped into the infinite creator inside of us that we all are, because we're all just an individuation or an individual piece. We're just a fractal of the whole that we call God, source, the universe, the ultimate, the whatever. You know, I am just a piece, a shard of the divine having an experience with itself that's called Eddie. The consciousness that is Eddie, that is talking to you through this camera and this microphone, is the divine that has incarnate in this matrix world, this simulation, independent from itself with the rest of you all. And you are the same. You are exactly that same force. You are an independent individuation of that supreme force. And so by me interacting with you, that supreme force that we call God, source, the universe, can have an interaction with itself or an experience with itself. And so when I create something that the rest of you all get to experience, or you create something that everybody else gets to experience, that is the ultimate divine creator having an opportunity to have an experience with itself. And so that essentially the entirety of anything and everything of why we're here is just to have an experience. We're all just here to have an experience. That's all that life is. Life is just a set and a series of experiences that we all have. And while you're alive, you're having experiences. And then once the avatar expires, what we call death, which is not death, it's just the expiration date of the avatar, the meat suit, the body, then our consciousness is no longer in the avatar. And we're no longer here having experiences in the sandbox world, in the matrix, in the simulation that we incarnated to have. So we're all in here in this big video game, this simulation, meant to, explore, create, experiment, and create experiences that we all get to collaborate and share. So you, the divine, all that to say, the divine is re-emphasizing and re-inspiring and re-encouraging you that the best of you is not yet expressed because you're withholding that part of you because of the resistance to the thing inside of you that wants to be released. There's a resistance inside of you, Brandy, that's preventing you, whether it's it's the overthinking, maybe it's surrendering to your full power, maybe it's the surrendering to receiving support and love, maybe it's surrendering to the drama. I don't know. But there is a resistance inside of you that is cock-blocking your ability to allow the divine inside of you to create, expand, and create these experiences, and for you to allow the thing that you incarnated to do to come outside of you, and the fact that the thing that you're meant to do is actually possible for you. In other words, you keep re-questioning your ability to see the vision through for this thing that essentially haunts you. And the reason I use that terminology, haunting you, is because the divine is constantly following you, hitting you on the back of the head, like hitting you on the head with a stick, going, hey, 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 are you listening? Hey, are you? And you're just like, okay, like, okay, yeah, you're hitting me. Okay, I'm listening, but are you really listening? Do you get it now? Hey, do I have your attention now? And it's annoying. The divine won't stop fucking hitting you and smacking you in the face, and you're just like, stop it. And the divine's like, no, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop fucking smacking you in the face and getting your attention. I'm not going to leave you alone about this. It's like, like if you live in the South and you're outside and it's the summer and you're dealing with mosquitoes, right? It's annoying. And so the divine is up your ass, Brandy, because you've come too far for the divine to let you sit or stagnate or become stale or moldy, like bread left out on the countertop for 2 weeks. Like, you've come too far. You've come too far, and you're so close now. You're so fucking close now. You're at the edge. You're right at the edge of the tipping point. You're so close that the divine can't leave you alone now. It's like you've come this far. It's ludicrous to back off, to remove the pressure, to relieve the pressure that's been on you, because you can't imagine and you can't fathom what's waiting for you when you cross the threshold that you're standing right at. Your toes are on the fucking threshold. And the minute that you cross the threshold, you can't imagine the life that you're about to experience. So why would the divine want to sabotage all the work, all the growth, all the effort that your whole fucking entire life has brought? And it's the only reason why you haven't crossed over the threshold. And that's really what this reading is about. And that's why I said the summary, if I had to summarize what all of these cards and all this stuff means, is hope and inspiration. Because the divine will continue to tell you, to teach, to share, to illuminate, to revelate, to awaken. Like, the divine will continue to do, or to give or provide anything and everything that you need, however many times it's necessary, to ensure that you don't go backwards at this point. You're so close. You're too close. You're right there. You're at the edge of destiny. You're at the edge of fucking destiny. Your entire life has brought you to the edge of your destiny, and now you're at the door. You're at the door to destiny. Is essentially what this is about. And so it's about the hope and inspiration more than it is about the limitation. Most people focus on the limitation, not the hope and inspiration. But the divine is like, well, I'm going to do everything in my power to ensure that Brandy, and within the next few weeks, underneath that, we have unlikely. This is a whole separate side thing, by the way. So these tarot cards here, the reason I put all these here is because this card underneath these tarot cards says unlikely. And I was like, well, what is unlikely? What is that? What the fuck is that about? Like, that's a very generic, what's unlikely? And then this obviously goes into the forgiveness card, which is up here, which has to do with your relationship and in that situation. Because essentially that is it's like two timelines trying to coexist together, but they're not evolving at the same pace. It's like you have this timeline with your partner and your romantic relationship, and then you have this timeline that's tied to just you and your destiny. And they're meant to coexist, but they're not aligned in the sense that they've both grown and they've both evolved at the same pace. And so it's kind of like having to kind of coexist in two different realms on two different timelines, and the divine is basically is trying to help you sort this out, because there is a delay. The wait is referring to a delay that has to do with your romantic relationship, and that's a major obstacle right now. It's one of the reasons why you're not advancing as quickly as you can. Whereas if you didn't have that, it'd be full steam ahead. I'm not saying that there aren't some other things that aren't contributing to a delay, but the major contributing factor to the delay of your advancement is tied to your partnership. And what the divine wants you to know about that is the delay is only as powerful as the power that you give to it, because you're giving your power away to the hurdle, obstacles, and challenges that exist within your relationship, as opposed to releasing it and you allowing the divine to deal with that situation while you go focus on your destiny. But there's this part of you that's afraid, whether you were consciously aware of it or not, there's a part of you that's afraid that if you let go and you release it, that you're going to lose it, meaning the romantic relationship. And you don't want to lose him. And the divine, there's some part of you that believes that if you leave it in the hands of the divine, it's not going to work out. Because there's actually a part of you, whether you're aware of it or not, while as hopeful as you are, depending on wherever you are in your romantic relationship, there's a part of you, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, that actually is either scared or hopeless that it's actually not going to work out. So there is somewhere inside of you, there's a fear that your relationship with your partner is going to end. But there's a part of you that feels very strongly that that's not supposed to happen. That exacerbates the fear, because you're like, there's the part of you that's like, this isn't supposed to happen. And so when you fear that the thing that's not supposed to happen is going to happen, that multiplies the fear. And that fear, whether you're consciously aware of how much impact that it has, is what's keeping you, it's holding you back. In other words, whether you're consciously aware of it or not, there's a part of you that feels like you have to babysit your relationship with your partner, because you feel like it's supposed to be part of your destiny. And I'm not saying that it's not. In fact, I think that I've said in the past that it is. But what it's doing is it's showing a lack of trust in the divine to work it out. In other words, there's a part of you that doesn't trust that if you leave it in the hands of the divine is actually going to work it out the way that you want it to work out. because you don't have, there's a part of you that doesn't have a level of trust with the divine, that's to not trust the divine, hold on, how do I want to say this? It's very human for us to not trust that the divine actually knows what's in our highest good. Or we become fearful that the thing that we're holding on to might actually not be in our highest good. So that if and when we decide to trust the divine, we give the divine authority to do things that would be in our highest good. We become fearful that, but I'm not sure that that person is in my highest good. So if I give permission to the divine to kind of like clean house or do things that would position me to be on the path that is on my highest good, what if the divine takes this thing out of my life because it's not actually in my highest good? And that's where we have to get really honest with our humanness. The human part of us. We have to get really, really, really honest with ourselves about, man, what if I'm holding on to something, potentially holding on to something that isn't in my highest good? And what if I had to confront the fact that it's not in my highest good, and yet I still want to hold on to it? How honest are we willing to be about the things that we're holding on to that are in our lives that may not be in our highest good? Because the truth, and only the truth, is the only thing that will ever set us free. And so when we're in denial of the truth, then obviously we're never going to be set free, because we're denying the truth. And the truth is what sets us free. And we can be holding on to something that may not be in our highest good, the thing that may not be in our highest good, but we're afraid that if we let go, the divine will take the thing away from us. Even though it might be in our highest good, that the divine does take it away from us. And that's just where we have to get radically and brutally honest with ourselves and going, okay, which one is it? Am I holding on to something that's not in my highest good? And if so, I need to be honest, and I need to acknowledge it. I know this thing is not in my highest good, but I fucking want it, and I want to hold on to it. And that's honest. That's truthful. And the divine will honor our honesty and our truthfulness, because the divine will not be in our truthfulness, because the divine will not force you or ask you to let it go. If you want to hold on to the thing that's not good for you, that's not in your highest good, that's your free will. And the divine will not violate your free will. Like, I fucking want this toxic thing. Whether it's toxic or not, it doesn't matter what level of toxic, it doesn't matter. It's just, it's not in your highest good. It doesn't need to be in your life. It doesn't need to be a part of your life. Right? That's all that it matters, is that it doesn't need to be a part of your life. But you want it. It's like, I want this. I know it doesn't need to be here. Maybe I do know, maybe I don't know. But what I do know is I want it. And so if there's any fear or apprehension because of the uncertainty about whether or not we know if it's good or not. So for you, Brandy, it's like, well, I don't know. Because some days you feel like your partner is meant to be on your path and meant to be aligned with your destiny. Other days you don't feel that. So you're kind of torn down the middle. You're not really sure. Based on the experience, based on the experiences that you're having right now with your partner, you're probably 50-50. It depends on the day. It depends on the minute. It depends on the hour. It depends on the moment. 1 minute, yeah, I feel like he's supposed to be on this journey with me. The next minute, it's like, I'm not sure. And because it's only 50-50 and you're on the fence about it, you're not sure where you stand in the grand scheme or the grand picture of the thing, because you don't have a lot of trust. You question yourself. I'm not sure anymore. I thought this, feel that. And because of your uncertainty about where you stand in the big picture of where you stand with him, with your partner, you're unsure what the actual truth is. So you're unsure about what the divine would do if you gave that authority and permission to the divine to make a decision of whether or not to remove your partner or keep your partner or move forward or whatever. So there's essentially a battle going on inside of you regarding your faith and your trust in the divine in that regard. And that's a hurdle, and that's an obstacle, and that's a challenge. That's a challenge that you're experiencing. Because when you love somebody, you love them. And when you've invested, you've invested. And you love this man, you've invested, you've made a decision, you've made a choice. And there have been times where you've emphatically believed with certainty that you've known that he is supposed to be a part of this journey. But more so than not, in the recent past, in the last year, maybe 2 years, you've questioned it. Because as you've evolved and you've grown and the divine has given you a lot more clarity about your path, you're looking over at him and you're not seeing that same evolution. You're not seeing that same clarity. And so there's a gap. You're outgrowing him. You're going and you're growing, and he's not. The page that you're on is not the page that he's on. And where you were once upon a time with him, when you were essentially aligned with him, is not where you're aligned with him now. And so you're looking back, and the more that you grow, and the more that you say yes to your calling, and the more that you keep taking little baby steps further and further and further and further and further out of your comfort zone towards your destiny, towards your calling, because there's a part of you that keeps saying, yes, I'm going to go. Yes, I'm going to go. Yes, I'm going to go. But you keep looking over your shoulder, waiting for him, crossing your fingers going, are you going to come? Are you going to come? Are you going to show up? And you don't see him moving. You don't see him changing. You don't see him growing. You don't see him evolving. It starts to slow your pace. Because you're going further up the road and he's getting further in a rearview mirror. And you're starting to realize that the distance between you is growing and growing and growing and growing. And so naturally, you know what that means. It's like, man, if I go much further, we're going to be so far apart that essentially the chasm is just too wide. Then what? What if the distance between us gets so far that it can't be bridged? Surrender to obsessive thinking. You've thought about all this. Whether you're consciously aware of it or not, you've been thinking about all of this. And you've been waiting. You've been waiting for many things. You've been waiting on him. You've been waiting for answers. You've been waiting for all kinds of things to give you some form of certainty about what to do to have the best of both worlds. How can I go and say yes to my destiny, but how can I also have him? And the answer from the divine is faith and trust. Your greatest challenge, Brandy, is right now. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next week. It may not be next month. But here, right now, tonight, on February 8th, 2025, your greatest challenge, my friend, is faith in the divine. It's surrendering it's surrendering, completely surrendering highest good also means your greatest fears. For now. But there's a beauty in this lesson, because if you can't trust the divine in this thing, how are you going to trust the divine in something else? Right? How can you trust the divine in your destiny and your mission, the thing that you're meant to do, that you incarnated here to do? How are you going to trust the divine in that thing if you can't trust the divine in this thing? It's a test. It's a lesson. The divine knows everything, all situations, all potentials, all possibilities, all paths, everything. Everything is considered. Everything is taken into account. So when we talk about what's in our highest good, it's literally the best of the best of the best of all possibilities, of all outcomes, of everything. It's a win-win situation for you. It's a win-win situation for your partner. It's a win-win situation for the collective. It's a win-win for anything and everyone. That's what it means to when the divine is doing things in our highest good. Because again, we are just a fractal of the divine. So why would the divine, if for example, if something is in my highest good, and the divine is involved in my highest good, that also means that the divine is considering the rest of itself, meaning the rest of the collective. So it's not just what's in my highest good, it's the potential, the possibilities, the pathways, and all and everything that considers everybody else that I potentially could have impact on. The cause and effect of my existence in what's in my highest good is going to have a ripple effect in what's in the highest good of anyone and everyone that I could potentially possibly encounter or influence or have an impact on. That's how profound, that's how infinite the divine is. Because the divine is only going to do what's in its highest good for itself. And since we are the divine, we are expression of the divine, an individuated expression of the divine, having an experience with itself, meaning I'm the divine having an experience with you all, and you are all the same divine as me, just in individuated separate forms. You know, I'm a piece of the divine, you're a piece of the divine, and we're both the same divine. But because we're having this illusionary experience here on the earth plane, in the matrix, in the simulation, you know, the divine can have a separate interaction, like playing a video game. It's like I can talk to you and you can talk to me and we can share things, and that's the way that the divine can have an experience with itself. So when the divine does something in the highest good of something, it's doing it in the highest good of itself. It's considering it's everyone that's involved in the highest good of everyone. So not just you, it's considering the highest good of me and everyone, all 8 billion of us that are alive, right? And only the divine would be able to make those calculations. Only the divine would know, okay, well, what's in the highest good of Brandy affecting the highest good of the collective? Only the divine could make the calculations of knowing what that looks like. It would be impossible for us to fathom what's in our highest good in such a way that the impact would be also in the highest good of 8 fucking billion other people that are alive on this planet. I mean, I might be able to maybe consider what's in the highest good for myself. Maybe. Even that's potentially a long shot. But I do know that it would be impossible for me to know what's in my highest good, in the highest good of 8 billion other people, in terms of having a ripple effect. So why did I say all that? Well, the reason I shared all of that is because You've reached a level in your spiritual growth and your spiritual maturity where the next steps are not small steps anymore. And when you've gone on a spiritual journey where you've taken a lot of small steps that have added up over time to having a revolutionary effect, you're still used to having taken a bunch of small steps. But then you get to the boss at the end of the level, and it's not a small step anymore. Now you're facing it's not a step anymore. It's just a fucking leap of faith. And you're like, well, hold on. I was used to taking little steps to get this far. Now I'm at the end of this level, and I just got to fucking take this huge, massive one plunge. I got to jump out of a fucking airplane, and I've never done it before, and I'm scared shitless. And the divine's like, yeah, you're going from one extreme to the other. You're going from inches to miles, and there was no in between. It was like you were walking up the stairs doing inches, and then boom, you get plunged into going miles instantly. And you're like, well, this fucking sucks. But that's what's required, rather, to evolve into the next level. You've maxed out. At the level that you're at, Brandy, you've maxed out. Okay, like I'll just use video game terms. You've maxed out your character, so to speak. Like, you can't go anymore. This is it. You're max level. And so to get into the next level is going to require a massive leap of faith. So it seems. But if you look back over the entirety of the last cycle, which is the judgment card in tarot, because the judgment comes before the world. The world is the last card. The world is the closing of a cycle. Judgment is the intake, the infusion of everything that you've learned on the Fool's Journey. It's the last step. It's looking back over the entirety of the whole journey and basically having a performance review. What have you learned? You're called to judgment. So the divine calls you and you have an interview. This is what the judgment card is. It's not on the table, but this is where you're at. You're at judgment. There's 22 major arcanas in tarot. You're at judgment. You're the last step before you walk into the portal of the world and you complete the cycle. So you're sitting down in front of the divine, and the divine goes, what have you learned? You've gone from the Fool all the way to judgment. What have you learned? And if you reflect back on everything that's gotten you to where you are right here in this moment in time, then you would have the faith to take the leap to jump through the portal. So it's not so much that the divine is being an asshole by expecting you to do something that's unrealistic, because it's like, well, I was only having to take little tiny steps all the way to get here. That was true. And it's like, well, now it's unfair that the divine wants me to just, so I'm used to taking baby steps, but now the divine just wants me to just take a massive, I might do, even if it's in my highest good. Because when you start to review and you look back in your past, you're going to see where the divine was doing it the whole time. Well, I trusted that with the divine. Look where I am. I trusted that with the divine. Look where I am. I trusted that with the divine. Look where I am. Every single time that you've trusted the divine and the divine actually did the thing that was in your highest good, there you evolved, you grew, you went to the next step, and you grew, and you got all the way to where you are right now. The only reason that you're here right now, Brandy, is because the divine, you trusted the divine for the things that were in your highest good, whether you realize it or not, and so here you are. You are the result of trusting the divine to do the things that were in your highest good. That's why that's exactly why you are right here, right now. So the fear the ridiculousness of the fear that if you trust the divine to continue to do the same thing that it's been doing for you the whole time, which is what's gotten you here, because that was in your highest good, the absolute ludicrousy that all of a sudden continuing to trust the divine for the thing that's in your highest good is somehow going to sabotage you and give you an alternative effect or a negative effect. That's insanity. It's absolute insanity. You are here, right now, whether you are aware of it or not, because you trusted the divine to do what was in your highest good. That's it. So any fear that continuing to trust the divine to do what's in your highest good is somehow going to create a negative effect is an absolute lie. It's insane. It's absolute ludicrousy. The divine absolutely, when emphatically knows what needs to happen for you, your destiny, in you and your partner. So you waiting or lacking the trust or obsessively overthinking about things that you're afraid of, fear, false evidence appearing real, things that are not real, believing in the false evidence of things that are not real, and fueling those things instead of trusting the divine and staying focused on your path and allowing the divine to work on your partner regardless of what you see and you don't see, because it's just like planting bamboo, right? When you plant bamboo, nothing happens for 7 fucking years. Nothing. You plant that shit in the ground and nothing for 7 fucking years. Minimum. Like, well, shit, nothing. No results for 7 years. And then all of a sudden, one day, and like you don't know. And I understand, and that's very challenging. It's very challenging to not know what the divine is doing behind the scenes with your partner. And obviously when your partner is not probably very good at showing you or cluing you in on what's actually happening inside of them, then of course, sure, you're going to be afraid. You're going to have thoughts about that. Like questions. You're going to question it. I don't know. I don't know if I believe it. Cuz you're still human, Brandy. You're fucking human. You're human, I'm human. I would do the same thing you were doing if I were in your shoes. So there's no judgment. You're fucking human. You're human doing human things, having, you're just a human being. So it's not judgment. This isn't something you need to beat yourself up about. It's just the divine brings awareness to us to help empower us so that we actually have more conscious awareness in the choice and the power of the decisions that we're making. Because if the more unaware and the more unconscious we are in our patterns of powerlessness, the more that we're going to fucking fail in have delays and all kinds of shit. But at least if we have awareness, at least if it's out in the open in front of us and we like, okay, I can see the thing, I can see the blind spot, I can see the pattern, at least we have the opportunity now to make new or more empowering decisions, And wrestling with it's okay. The divine doesn't expect perfection. The divine knows that we're going to wrestle with these things. That's part of spirituality. That's part of learning. That's part of being a human. And I just covered a lot of ground because that's a really, really, really big challenge of something that's been. It's like a weight that you're dragging around with you. It's like you've got, it's like I don't know, one of those fucking power lifter people who like, you know, they take a chain and they attach it to like a truck, and then they're like, you know, they're like walking and like pulling like a car to demonstrate how strong they are. You know, they're trying to pull a car. It's like, that's how it feels. It's like, you know, you have this chain attached to you and you're like pulling all this baggage and this weight, and it's weighing you down from being free to move in your purpose. Instead of just letting go and letting the divine be the one to carry the weight and the problems and all that. So that's really what let me be the fucking person to carry the weight and deal with the bullshit. I'm here to take your spot. I'm here to free you from the responsibility of you feeling like you have to go deal with all of this. I want to let you free to go do some really cool, fun shit and let me handle this thing over here. But there's a part of you that feels that if you're not involved in it, that somehow you're going to lose it. Like, but I gotta get to be involved in it. Because if I'm not involved, I'm not watching it, or I'm not there, and I don't have my hand on it. You know, if I can't just let it go entirely and release it to the divine to handle it, because I'm afraid that if I do that, I'm going to lose it. And there's a part that the more you hold on, that's impeding your progress. It's impeding your growth, and you're doing more work than is necessary, because you could just delegate that to the divine, right? Like, that's what a smart business person would do. If you had a business and you hired a bunch of employees, but you're like, but if I don't do everyone's job, it's not going to get done right. It's like, well, now you're fucked, because you can't do everybody's job. And what was the point of hiring all the people to do the work? If you're just going to run around and be like, but if I'm not doing it, it's not going to get done right. It's like, well, then you're fucked, because you can't do everyone's job. You have to trust that the people that you hired to do their job are going to fucking do their job, and they're going to do it to the standard or the level that you expect. It's going to be good enough. So it's a similar thing. The divine is just saying, hey, look, you can delegate this to me and I'll take care of it. But if you don't trust me, that's fine. You don't have to. You can have your hands in it. You can be all over it. You can hold on to it. But there is a price to pay, because you're delaying your own progress. You're delaying what's possible for you, and what's in your highest good. By letting go might actually be the very thing that's needed for the desired outcome of the thing that you were trying to micromanage and control. So you're like trying to micromanage and control this thing because you think that if you're involved in it, it's going to get you the result that you're desiring, when the divine is saying, no, actually it's the other way around. When you let go and you let me handle it, you'll get the outcome that you're desiring. So you're really just working against yourself by holding on to it and not releasing it, not letting it go. Are you not getting the result that you're looking for in your relationship, but you're not getting the results that you're looking for moving forward in the progress of your own life? So you're being double cock blocked. You're not fulfilling the amount of progress that is capable for you. You're limiting your capacity. You have the ability to perform at this level, but you're cock blocking yourself and limiting yourself to this level. You've throttled yourself down to this much instead of allowing yourself to expand and utilize the fullness of your energy to this much. When the divine is saying, hey, just delegate it to me. Let me handle the things that I can handle, and I will work it out in your highest good. Don't hate me, Brandy Zeller. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the messenger, Brandy. Don't hate me. Okay. That was a lot. Jesus. Forgiveness. So there's things that need to obviously be forgiven between there's a history of things, and forgiveness is more, the energy of forgiveness here is more about you catching the vision of the highest timeline, the highest possible, what is in the highest good. Because when you catch the timeline of the thing that's in the highest good, you'll realize that there was actually nothing to forgive. Right now, there is things to forgive because there's still this part of you that's in your partner's world. And because he's not where you are, there's tension. And there's resentment, and there's conflict. And you've done well in the way that you've handled it. I sense that. But it's still a limitation of what it would be if you understood what could be from the highest level. And so again, the surrender is allowing the divine to show you that timeline. Because when you catch the vision for the timeline, you go, oh, I get it now. There's nothing to forgive here because everything that's happening is what needs to happening for him, because this is actually part of what is going to allow him to grow and evolve to be on that timeline with me. All right, so now we have this earth fairy, which is all just about physical health, grounding, and foundations. And this is really the divine just saying, hey, this is about you. Again, you focusing on what you can control and what you can't control. You focusing on you. You staying grounded in your principles and your truth and what the divine is called you to do, and only focusing on that and that alone. And any type of external bullshit, drama, or noise, or anything that comes or interferes with the divine's call on your life, you just have to have a boundary there and be like, look, my priority is this, come hell or high water. And it doesn't mean you have to ignore people or reject people. It doesn't mean that you show up less. It just means that you don't allow other people's, negativity, their bullshit, or whatever's going on in their life to pull you or suck you into their vortex. It's like, no, I'm gonna stay laser fucking focused on myself and my call. I'm not getting pulled into any other bullshit. We have the horse, accepting help from another, delegating authority. There's that word, delegating. And look, surrender to receiving support and love. Allow the love and support of others in, rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. So everything that I literally just said about you being a micromanager, and the whole analogy that I just gave about hiring a bunch of people if you're a business owner, and then going around and trying to do all the employees' jobs that you hired them for, that's literally what's on the table. There's a part of you that's afraid that if you let go and you don't have your hands in something, that it's either going to be taken away from you, or you're going to lose, or something's going to happen. Something bad's going to happen. And the divine is saying, hey, delegate. First and foremost, delegate to me. First and foremost, delegate to me, the divine. And then accept and receive love and support from others. Because you can't do your calling all by yourself. You're not a one-man show. Hyper-independence is not who and what you're created for, Brandy. It's not. Then we have Merlin, alchemy, justice, and balance. What is alchemy? Alchemy is transforming energy from one form to another form. That's all that alchemy is. So how can you transform the energy? How can you transform the situation, the experiences, from whatever disempowering form that they're currently in to an empowering form, something that is workable, that's usable, that's empowering, not something that's disempowering, that's going to keep you stuck, that's going to, drain you. How can you transform that? How can you alchemize that, right, into something that will help you thrive? So here across the middle, we have flexibility, we have diligence, we have delight, we have change, and we have embracing. So flexibility is also tied to the balance energy, which is just you learning to adapt as you go. It's just learning how to go with the flow of things, Like sometimes it's about letting go. Sometimes it's about leaning in. Leaning in, letting go. Leaning in, letting go. It's learning the balance. It's learning the dance of energy. It's learning to trust the divine to show you like how to do the dance, the spiritual dance of destiny. That's what flexibility is. Diligence. Diligence is you remaining true to the thing that you know is true within you, which is your destiny and your calling. Delight. Delight is you staying focused on the things that are empowering you, that bring you peace, harmony, balance, tranquility, love, acceptance, beauty, that fill you up, and not focusing on the things that disempower you, that pull you into the vortex and the black hole. Change. Change is about you learning how to embrace the uncertainty of the spiritual journey. Learning that essentially being on the spiritual journey means 100% of the time, you're essentially signing up for, I don't know what the fuck's happening. Like you can just throw certainty right out the fucking window. Your life is about the unknown, moving forward. And the more that you can get, the more that you can embrace uncertainty in the spiritual journey, the more empowered you become. And this is very fucking hard because most people, 99.9% of the people that I've encountered in my life, their number one fucking human need is certainty. And if it's not certainty, it's significance. It's one of the two. And life isn't certain, especially if especially if you have the spiritual journey. And that's why so many people talk about the difficulty of the spiritual journey. It's not that the spiritual journey is truly difficult. It's that the spiritual journey requires so much faith. What is faith? Faith is basically believing in shit that's not tangible, shit that you can't control. It's you trusting and believing in shit that something inside of you, a force inside of you, or inside of you is saying, hey, you should do this, you should go there, and and you're just like, this is fucking insanity. There's no logic to this. There's no formula. There's no practicality to this. I'm just being guided. There's a sensation inside me. There's something inside of me that's urging me and guiding me to go into this unknown territory that I've never been before, to do things that I've never done before, to say things I've never said before, to create things I've never created before. You know, it's just complete fucking uncertainty. It's basically like having stage fright and having to get up in front of and do public speaking for the first time every time. Not like, okay, I'm doing public speaking on the stage for the 100th time and I'm not afraid anymore because I've done it 100 times. No, it's like I have a fear of public speaking, and every time that I get up to do it, it feels like the fucking first time. Right? But the more that you embrace that feeling of uncertainty, the more power you become, because now you just realize this is the spiritual journey. When you let go of the fact that there is no certainty, or as Neo said in the Matrix, there is no spoon. There is no spoon. There is no certainty. When you can finally just let that go once and for all, there is no certainty. I'm like fucking water. I'm like the air. You know, I'm just like, I wake up and I'm just on a mission with the divine. And I'm not saying that there can't be preparation, there can't be planning, there can't be practicality, there can't be logic, there can't be a vision, there can't be something inside of us where we plan or we forecast. And if you're relying on what's in your highest good, then that's what you're leaning into. Because there's only two paths. There's either you're leaning into what's in your highest good, or you're going off of your ego and you're going off of your own understanding and your logic. That's it. There's two paths. There's the divine path, or there's your fucking ego. Every single one of us, every single human being that applies to. There's what I think is gonna work today, what I'm gonna do in my own power, or there's me leaning into the divine and letting the divine guide me, which that's what Abraham did. That's what Abraham did. Abraham started walking. So, surrender to the drama, surrender is receiving support and love, and then we have surrender to your full power. And then we have within the next few weeks over here. So surrender to your full power. We talk about basically everything that I've said. And then over here we have the hangman. We have the 2 of cups and all these cards over here that was about this unlikely energy over here. Which has to do with a 5 of wands, which has to do with a conflict. We have the 7 of wands, which has to do with conflict. We have the 9 of Pentacles, which has to do with you basically trusting yourself and owning your own independence because of the World card. It was essentially you closing out a cycle. So there's something here about you probably most likely your partner not understanding what it is that you're doing from his perspective, from his perception. There's a part of him that doesn't understand what the fuck's going on with you. And the more that you trust it and the more that you do it, despite the fact that he's like, what the fuck are you doing? This makes no fucking sense. It's like, well, of course it doesn't make sense because you're not where I am right now. You don't have the vision because you're not connected to the vision. But it's not my job and my responsibility to connect you to the vision. It's not going to make sense to you what the fuck I'm doing. And it's not your obligation to explain it to him. The divine's saying your obligation is for you to just go live your life and focus on you and not worry about whether he gets it or he doesn't get it. The hangman is gaining a new perception, gaining a new perspective. The divine will help him understand what the perception is in time. But conversely, it's also you letting go of the need for him to understand what it is that you're doing. In other words, the divine is also wanting you with the hangman energy to gain a new perception as well and gain a new perspective of, hey, stop worrying about whether or not he gets it or understands it or he supports it or he has any fucking clue about anything that you're doing at this point. He probably won't, at least not at the level that he could. And so the divine is saying your focus is not in the right place, which we talked about. Focus on the delight card. What are you focused on? If you're focused on the fact that he's not very delighted with the fact that he doesn't understand what the fuck you're doing, then your focus is on the wrong thing. Hangman is about you changing what you're focused on, which should not be him anymore. You should not be focused on him, at least in that regard. If you try to relate to him about it, if you try to share things with him because he's your partner and you're just crossing your fingers and hoping like, hey, I'm really excited about my life. I'm really excited about where I'm going. I'm really excited about A, B, C, X, Y, and Z and all these things. And of course, it's natural for us to want to share the exciting things, our revelations, our breakthroughs, our accomplishments, our achievements, our growth. It's natural and normal for us to share those things with our partner. But when you have somebody who doesn't get it and they make you feel like shit when you try to share those things with it because you feel unseen, you feel not in a place where he's going to get it. He's not in a place where he's going to get it. He's not in a place where he's going to share your perception of your reality, unfortunately. But if you let the divine whip his ass into shape and completely trust the divine with this thing that I'm afraid that if I don't have my hand on it, it'll be taken away. Also, what would happen if I changed my focus strictly on the only thing I can control, which is myself and my destiny? And again, that doesn't mean neglecting your partner or ignoring your partner or not being there to some extent. But what it does mean is not worrying about whether or not he's coming along, whether he's growing, whether he's evolving, or whether he's understanding anything. It's just you're making yourself available to be where he is when he wants to have those interactions with you. And when those interactions are done, your focus goes right back to you focusing on you and you focusing on your mission and your destiny and your calling. And any negativity that comes from him at any time or anything where he doesn't understand, you just tune that shit out and you let it be water off a duck's back. And you're like, hey, I can't expect him to understand what the fuck's going on because he's not there yet. He's not going to understand. And yeah, that sucks, but it's part of the journey that you're on right now. So I hope I know that was a lot, and I know I spent a lot of time on this, and I know a lot of you guys, I appreciate a lot of you guys being patient and being present here while I did Brandy's reading, but for those of you that have been here before and you know how I work, you know how I roll. I'm not going to hold I never hold a message hostage. The divine gives me a message, I'm probably going to share it. Probably. You know, I mean, for now at least, that's the marching orders from the divine to me. But you're on your path, Brandy, as you know. It's okay that it's 2 steps forward and it's 1 step back. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't do obsessively overthinking shit. You know, it's just take in the messages from the divine as they come, and just do what you can do. Do the best that you can do. It's not about perfection. It's just about progress. And, you know, just any amount of effort is better than no effort. You know, most people, they hear a tarot reading and one of 2 things happen. It's either the reading that they were hoping for, or it was some reading that they were not hoping for. But they themselves do nothing different. That's what most people do. They're playing the lottery. It's like, oh, I'm just going to play the lottery. Maybe I'll win tonight. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll win. It's like buying scratch-off tickets. Maybe I'll win tonight. Maybe I won't. And if they get the reading that they wanted to hear, it's like, okay, wow, look, you know, I got something to be happy about. But then they leave the fucking tarot reading and they go back and they do the same fucking thing that they were doing before. They got the reading, and then nothing in their life changes, and then they got to come back. Nothing changes. So then they come back to the tarot reader wanting to know when something's going to change, because they don't get it. They don't understand that they're the fucking change. You're the one that controls the change. 99% of the change is controlled by you. 1% of the change is a freebie. Like, you know, like winning the lottery. It's like, oh, hey, look, you won the lottery today. Good for you. The odds was like 1 in 1 billion. And you're lucky. You won the lottery today. You're one of the very few out of all the people. You won it. Well, some people do win the lottery. But the likelihood of winning the lottery is really, 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 really fucking low. You know? So it's like you can play the lottery, or you can just get out, live your life, and become the lottery. And, you know, it's just unfortunate. And again, that goes back to what I was saying at the beginning of this live, is that my biggest complaint with tarot is that a lot of tarot and tarot readings is just an opportunity for people to remain in their powerlessness. You know, it's like, oh, well, the tarot reader said such and such was going to happen. Oh, like some love is going to come to my life, a new job, and this and that and the other. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's not how it works. You're like, man, can we just go back to talking about vaginas and 3-inch dicks? That's more fun. Let's talk about vaginas and 3-inch penises. That's way more fun. I agree. As a 43-year-old man with the mindset of a 12-year-old, I agree. Okay, who's next? Sonali's like, wow, long reading. Yeah, But Brandy is legit, guys. Brandy's going to be doing some big things. Y'all keep an eye on Brandy. You're going to hear about her in the next 1 to 3 years. You guys are going to hear Brandy's name. She's going to be a well-known name in the spiritual communities. I can tell you that. Gene, average is 5.5. You're talking about flaccid. Well, I can't whip it out here on the YouTubes and measure it, so. SC, current feelings towards me. He is past person. He still does he still like me? Is that what you're asking? Is that what you're asking, Sonali? Okay, current feelings. I guess that is, yes. Okay. What are their current feelings towards you? SC. South Carolina. What is South Carolina's current feelings towards Sonali? He is a past person. Yeah, well, Gene, you know. If anybody will teach them some patience, you will. And if they're not new to my channel, they know better. They know what can happen out in here. It's fine. You know what, guys? I'll just, from now on, from this moment moving forward, I'm just going to be a generic, cheap, short-winded, cheap-ass tarot reader. You guys are going to get a 5-minute fucking tarot reading, and it's going to be cheap, it's going to be generic, and then you can go about your day. Like, hey, you know what? I got me my quick tarot reading. I went through it's like a Starbucks over here, you know, like a Starbucks drive-through. Hey, what's coming towards me, man? You just drive up to the fucking window, and get your coffee, and be on your way. Get in and get out. Let's see. Hold on. I got to see something here. You got a lot of reversals. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 reversals for you, Sonali. 5 reversals. I haven't seen this many reversals in a hot minute. Most of this is tied to you. Most of this energy is tied to you, not your past person. We got another reversal. Can't make this shit up. So, yeah. There is, the message is pretty clear, Sonali. Pretty clear, pretty clear, pretty clear. The divine is not wanting to talk about this person. The divine is wanting to talk about you. Give me 2 more, please. And another reversal. Illumination in the past, courage. Okay, yeah. So here's the deal, Sonali. The divine isn't wanting to talk to you about the person. The divine is wanting to talk to you something that's more important than the person. So we're going to start with the moon. The moon card is about the fear that you have and the illusions that are affecting you. And the fear that you have is the fear of letting go of this person, basically. And it's tied to a pattern. So we have the Page of Cups in reverse. We have the Six of Swords in reverse. We have Judgment in reverse. We have the Two of Swords in reverse. And we have the Seven of Wands in reverse. So essentially, basically, you're being led astray by your emotions here. So the Moon is tied to the Page of Cups in reverse here. You're emotionally imbalanced right now. And because you're being emotionally triggered by the situation, you're not seeing it clearly. That's what's causing the illusion here. Also, why the Illumination card is here, because this is what the Divine wants you to do. The Divine wants you to reach the point of illumination. Illumination is the opposite of illusion. The Six of Swords in reverse is essentially the inability to move on from this person. Judgment in reverse is essentially you not... There's several energies attached to this card. The major energy is you not learning what it is that you're supposed to be learning as a result of this person not being in your life anymore. In other words, what you your attachment to this person is overshadowing the lesson that you're supposed to learn as a result of being with the person. You ended up with this person to teach you something about yourself. But because you're not learning the thing that you're meant to learn about yourself by being with this person, you're missing the entire point. The point is not the person. You were not with this person from your past for the reason that you thought you were supposed to be with them. That is the illusion. The reason that you met this person was for you to have things about yourself revealed to you. That's what the Judgment energy is there for. Now, if this card was upright, it would imply that you have learned what it is that you needed to learn. But because it's in reverse, it's saying that your judgment is off. Your realization, your evaluation of the situation is incorrect. You have not learned, you're not perceiving what it is that you're supposed to learn here. You're not learning the lesson. The Two of Swords in reverse is tied to a refusal to see the truth. But yet you think, there's a part of you that thinks you have learned, that you understand. Because the Two of Swords in reverse is typically an energy of clarity. It's like, because when the Two of Swords is upright, that's when you're confused. That's when you're in denial. That's when you don't know which way. Because there's the Two of Swords is two swords of truth, two aces of swords. An Ace of Swords upright is the sword of truth. Well, the Two of Swords is which one is the truth? I don't know. Is it this sword or is it this sword? There's two swords of truth here. Which one is the truth? We don't know. It's confusing, right? But in reverse, it implies that somebody is no longer in denial, that somebody thinks they understand what is true now. They figured it out. This Two of Swords in reverse is, oh, this sword is the sword of truth. However, because the Moon is a major arcana, the Moon is basically trumping the Two of Swords in reverse, which is saying, no, your evaluation of the situation is still wrong, which is why Judgment is in reverse here. In other words, the reason that you think, or the expectations or the projection or however you relate to this person, your perception of this person and the reason that you met them is not for the reasons that you think. You did not meet this person because of love and romance or whatever the reasons are. This person came into your life so that things within you could be triggered. And once they were triggered, you would have an awareness. These things were being brought, these blind spots, if you will, were being brought into the light so that you could see them and realize what they were, so that you could acknowledge them and heal them. But right now, because the Seven of Wands is in reverse, which is a defeated energy, you're more focused on the defeat and the absence of this person. You're focused on the loss. And that energy, because you're focused on the loss and you're focused on the sadness and you're focused on all of that, that energy is not being directed to focusing on what matters, which is you, the divine's trying to say, hey, you need to be focusing on yourself, which is why we have the karma or the justice card here. And also why we have the matrix and reverse card. The matrix upright is essentially saying, like, this is like people that buy into the bullshit of mainstream. You know, you think that, you know, you're just a human living in a fucking, you know, a round ball of dirt that's floating in the fucking, you know, that's just floating out in the middle of space. And, you know, you're just this flesh suit and you're just a product of, you know, society, and you have a name and a social security number, you know, and you may not live in the West, but wherever you live, it doesn't matter, you know, that this is all there is. It's just your body, your name, whatever you do for a living, and whatever you can interact with your five senses, and whatever you're programmed to believe is real by the institutions, by government, by your family. You know, you're letting the world tell you what's real versus what is actually real. And so the matrix in reverse is essentially saying, hey, the divine is trying to teach you and show you how to wake up with the illumination here. So the divine is basically essentially trying to guide you to a spiritual awakening. But with the timing card here, it's taking a lot longer because you're spending, the reason it's taking longer and the reason that you're having to go through more suffering than is necessary is because of where you're focused. And the longer that you focus on the illusion of something that was never even true to begin with, is the more that you're going to continue in that suffering instead of going through your awakening. Where if you embrace the awakening, you're going to learn the lesson, and then the divine will show you everything you need to see, and you'll be like, oh, I get it now. That's why this person was never meant for me. That's why this person came into my life. That was the lesson I was supposed to learn. This is what I need to work on. This is where I'm supposed to go. This is who I'm supposed to become. This is what needs to change within me so that I can go out and I can actually attract somebody that can have an intimate relationship with me. So everything that's meant to be happening here is supposed to be working for your highest good, because that's the only thing that the divine will do. Because there's only two rules that the divine has with all of us. Rule number 1, the divine will not violate your free will. Rule number 2, the divine will not give you anything that's not in your highest good. So what the divine is trying to do is position you to be engaged in a place in your life where you can receive what's in your highest good, including love and relationships. But the longer that you hold on to this past person that was never meant to be in your life the way that you thought that they were, the more grief and loss and pain that you're going to continue to experience, instead of the illumination that the divine wants to give you and the transformation that will follow, so that you can actually move on from this. You can be empowered by this. You can become a better version of you, and you can attract the man or the love that you're meant to have. But the power with the Magician card over here is in your hands. It's up to you what you decide to do from here. So the divine has brought you the information. The divine has got you has got the message to you. So now with your free will choice, it's up to you to decide what you do with it. You can continue, you can stay where you're at, or you can heed the advice of the divine, and you can pivot and say, okay, well, I'll see what happens. I'll get curious. and I'll try to surrender, let go, trust the divine, and and see what happens. See if letting go of this and trusting the divine will lead me into a better place, because you have nothing to lose. You can always come back to this if you want. If you decide to let go and you start walking down your spiritual path and you're like, well, I don't like this. Well, you can always come back. You can always come back here and pick this back up. You can always go back and hold on to the past again. Hold on to that person. You can always go back to another pattern, right? It's kind of like an alcoholic or somebody who's sober for a year, and if they don't like being sober, it's like, hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. I haven't had a drink in a year. I was an alcoholic for 10 years. I've been sober for a year. It's like, well, any time, if you want to go back to being an alcoholic for another 10 years, fuck, you can do it. Just pick up a drink and just start drinking. Go back to being an alcoholic if that's what you want. You know what I mean? But like, obviously people who get sober, and once they start to experience what true sobriety is, and they start to work through the concept of true sobriety, of course they're not going to go back to that, because they've been illuminated at that point. So for you, Sonali, the divine is wanting to illuminate to you the illusion of the meaning that you've attached to the experience that you've had with this person, because you thought this was supposed to be one thing when it wasn't meant for that. This person did not come into your life for the reason that you thought. But it doesn't mean that the reason that they came into your life is any less important or any less powerful. In fact, I would say that it might be one of the most powerful things that's ever happened to you, because there's some very, very, very empowering and important lessons here that if you accept those lessons and you integrate those lessons into the becoming of who you are, you will become the next best you. And as the next best you, the next best love that's waiting for you will enter your life, if that makes sense. Anya Verma? Am I pronouncing that right? Ananya Verma? You're welcome, Sonali. You're very welcome. Oh my God, try to say that name 10 times really fast. Banana Hammock. If Banana Hammock Verma is here, please. Banana Hammock. If Banana Hammock Verma is here, your name is being called. Ananya. Jean, where would I be without you? Jean's like, take a look. It's in a book. It's reading Rainbow. Mystical. Is Mystical here? You guys better be fast on them triggers. Teabag? I'm not teabagging nobody. Mystical, 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 mystical. Is Mystical here? Is Dick Chakra here? Diksha. Mystical. What's coming in for love? Okay, Mystical is here. What's coming in for love? Thank you. For Mystical. What's coming in love and romance for Mystical? Is Jeanette still here? Is Mom Life still here? Mom Life, Jeanette, are you still here? I think her name is Jeanette, right? If I'm wrong, please correct me. I thought your name was Jeanette. Isn't it? I know it starts with a J. Yeah. You got love coming towards you. Yeah, you got something really nice coming towards you. You got something really nice coming towards you, mystical. All right, so I don't know if you're an earth sign. We got the Queen of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. This could be you. Doesn't have to be. Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn here. We do have a fire sign here with a king. Leo, Sag, Aries. Doesn't have to be, but, you know, that's what the King of Wands energy is. We have the Nine of Wands. This could be you or him. Either one of you or both of you have gone through a lot of shit. But the energy I'm really picking up on this is really about you just being careful not to be overly guarded when you meet this person. Okay. Underneath the Queen of Pentacles, we do have the Emperor, which is Aries energy, but we have the Empress here as well. That's fucking wild. So you could be, and this is interesting. So if you could be potentially a Taurus and this person could be an Aries, it doesn't have to be. But the Emperor and the Empress showing up, this is a powerful fucking connection. Okay. Hands down. And we have the Lovers. So this is like, this person could be for sure profound, super deep connection, soulmate, maybe even a twin flame. But whatever you believe in terms of relationships, you definitely have a soul contract with this person. They're your Nine of Cups, what you've been waiting for, your fulfillment, your wishes coming true. We get the Lovers card here, which is also Gemini energy. Technically, Taurus and Libra is here with the Empress card as well. Yeah, I mean, you have this is, I mean, this could potentially be the love of a lifetime. I don't get many of these very often. Like it's very rare that I get like a fairies and unicorns reading, but this is pretty fucking fairy and unicorns. So yeah, you have whoever you've been waiting on. This is potentially that person. This is a really profound connection that's coming towards you. I don't really like to give time frame. So usually 3 to 4 weeks is about, you know, the max time frame. But again, take it with a grain of salt. But for sure, I would say I could safely predict that at some point this year, you could potentially meet the love of your life. Oh my God, Becky, look at her butt. It is fucking Shaylee in the goddamn chat. Fucking Shaylee in the goddamn chat. It is Dick Chakra. Diksha, Dick Chakra, Diksha, Dick Chakra. You hear, my friend? Diksha. Dictionary. General reading for me. What coming towards me? Anything about love? All right. Anything in love and romance for Diksha, please? Let's find out. Is my camera freezing? Hopefully not. Don't freeze camera. Don't freeze camera. No, that's not a good start. 3 of Swords. Page of Swords, Queen of Pentacles. Well, looks like you're thinking about somebody that you either had a falling out with somebody. There's some type of pain here. There's somebody that you're connected to or that's connected to you that you're still going through some pain or grief right now. We got the 3 of Swords and we got the Page of Swords. The Page of Swords is you thinking about this person or this person's thinking about you. We have a Queen of Pentacles. Could be a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. It doesn't have to be. We have the 7 of Wands. Either you or this person or both of you are kind of just, you know, you're standing your ground right now. You're not really doing anything. They're not really doing anything. The world here, I mean, there's 2 possibilities here. Either energy could be, it's not very clear. The world is either, you know, this, you got to come full circle with this thing, like it's not over, or maybe it is over. I don't know. Bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Swords. There's either trust issues here. You know, I would say this is that's the minimum. The minimum with the Seven of Swords is trust issues, or you have, you know, an avoidant attachment style. You know, somebody that basically, when things get hard, they run. And so instead of dealing with difficult things, you know, all that, being mature, handling situations and all of that, it's like, no, peace out. I'm done. I'm running away. That's minimum. Now, the other side of the extreme is with the Three of Swords, somebody lied to you. There was cheating. There was deception. There was dishonesty, whatever that looks like. Three of Wands, there could have been multiple people involved. Possibly, we got the Star. Somebody could have liked, you know, the fact that they were getting a lot of attention, or they needed a lot of attention, or you could have been dealing with an Aquarius. Six of Cups, obviously, this is somebody from your past. Anything else that we need to know? So right now, the energy is basically either you or this person. You're either fixated on them or they're fixated on you. Or you're both thinking about each other. The Star just came out again. Can't make that shit up. Everything that I just said about the Star a second ago still applies. Could be dealing with an Aquarius. Doesn't have to be. Three of Wands. Can't make that shit up. Just got done talking about that. Somebody was keeping their options open, for sure. Grass is greener. Knight of Swords here, but that came out kind of sideways. This is a lot of overthinking. Not only is it overthinking, but it's someone who's very careless with their words. They're very careless with their actions. They don't think about the consequences of their actions, basically, is what the Knight of Swords is. And they don't think about the consequences of the things that they say. Four of Pentacles came out sideways, which is challenging position. Yeah, you're still holding on to this person, and they could be potentially still holding on to you, and it's underneath the Seven of Wands, which is, again, that guarded defensive energy. You're not taking any action. They're not taking any action. There's a lot of thinking going on, but there's no action being taken here. And again, the energy could apply to you or both of you. Knight of Wands. Somebody was... Yeah, somebody just, you know, they couldn't settle down. They wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They like to have their freedom. They like the adventure. They could have been a player, all that kind of thing. Page of Pentacles is at the bottom of the deck, though, so something could evolve. You might hear from this person. Okay, Eight of Wands underneath that. A very, very increased chance that you could probably hear from this person. And if not, it could be you considering reaching out to them, but I don't think that's what it is. I think that this is them potentially thinking about reaching out to you. Underneath that, we have the Ten of Wands. It's weighing on them. So they have a guilty conscience. They know that they did something bad, you know, and essentially, you know, whatever happened in this relationship, they're not able to let it go. So they're feeling the weight. It's overwhelming them. They're feeling burdened by this. The Four of Swords. I don't think you guys have been in contact with each other potentially for a while. There's been no contact here for quite some time. So, and then underneath that we have the Ace of Pentacles, which again is tied to the Page of Pentacles. There's an opportunity here for you guys to potentially reconnect. But it's very practical. Pentacles are practical. They're not... Pentacles are not... They're not love, you know, it's not passion. It's just very... It's just a very practical, you know... It's not. It's not a grand gesture, and there's not a lot of emotion, and there's not a lot of passion behind it. Okay, so whoever this person is, I think that there's a chance here. I'm gonna say 70% chance, based on what the energy is on the table. There's a 70% chance that you could hear from this person, but don't expect it to be don't expect it to be anything big. So in other words, I think whatever gesture that they make, if and when they reach out, it might be a little disappointing. I'm not going to lie. With this Page of Pentacles, you might be a little bit disappointed. You might be expecting more. You were thinking like, oh man, if I hear from them, like you're fantasizing, like, oh, it might be this, and we might talk about that, and this is what I'm going to say, this, I hope that they say this, and like, whatever your expectation is about them reaching out, it's probably going to be way less than that. And I just have to tell you that now so that you adjust your expectations accordingly. Because this person it's going to be very, very, very small. Okay? I mean, it could be literally as small as a text message that just says, hey. Like, literally, that's it. They might just randomly send you a text that just says, hey. Like, really? That's it? That's all you got? You're just going to fucking reach out and just say, hey? That's kind of what I feel. It's going to be about like that. So if you're expecting some, like, grand, profound, revolutionary, whatever, it's not going to be like that. I'm not really picking up a time frame, but I will say, like I said before, most of my readings usually go between 3 and 4 weeks. So, I would say between now and maybe the first or second week of March. But take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. It's not clear what the time frame is, but 3 to 4 weeks. Could be sooner than that. I don't know. Could be tonight, could be tomorrow, could be 4 weeks from now. But it's not, the time isn't very clear, unfortunately. Oh my God. Oh my God, Becky. Look at her butt. It is so big. Doom 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 doom. I like big butts and I cannot lie. You other Shayleys can't deny. When Shaylee walks in with an itty bitty thing and a round thing in your face, you get sprung. And that's true. That is true. That is true. How do I know? Well, just go stalk her page for yourself, man. Y'all just go stalk Shaylee's page for yourself. No, don't do that. Don't do that. I shouldn't be saying that. Do not go stalk her page. No rendezvous on magic carpets here, homie. He's a loser. Heal your heart and find someone that will actually accept your love. Mic drop. Mic drop, mother truckers. Itty bitty wasting around thing in your face. I get sprung. Come on, come on. Shaylee knows. Shaylee knows what it is. I do not have a question. Vogue, Vogue, Vogue. She's like, I come to the oracle for your wizardry. Pour your wizardry on me. So essentially, Shaylee just wants a tarot bukkake, ladies and gentlemen. God, why did you say it, Eddie? Why did you say it? Don't say that. That's not nice. Don't say that. There's kids. Do not say that. I take it back. Forgive me. Forgive me, everyone. I did not mean that. I did not mean that. Well, I don't blame her. 3 inches is all that it takes. What do they say? What's that saying? Two in the what and one in the what? It's some type of Star Trek thing, isn't it? What's the Star Trek thing? I forget what it is. Captain Spock, Mr. Spock, whatever it was. Two in the shocker. Yeah, Gene's got me now. The shocker. You know what's interesting about the shocker? If you look at all the Renaissance artwork of the Pope, he's always shooting the chakra, and so is Jesus, actually. So all the ancient Renaissance artwork of Jesus and the Pope, they're all shooting the chakra. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, the Pope and Jesus in all the Renaissance pictures, it's like you got the glamour shot white Jesus, and he's got the glow, and he's got the heart on his t-shirt, and he's glowing, and he's got the smile on his face, and he's shooting the chakra like this. And then you have the Pope, and the Pope's got his little like candelabra thing, his little Pope hat, and he's sitting there and he's like shooting the chakra like all, but it's all low key. You know, they're like just kind of like down here, like low key, like looking off into space, shooting the chakra. Or the chakra. I said the chakra, like shooting the chakra, you know, like I feel like I need to get a glamour shot done, like a legit glamour shot of me dressed up as the Pope, shooting the chakra, and I need to update my YouTube background, like my YouTube page for my tarot channel needs to be a big ass fucking portrait of me dressed as the Pope, holding that big old wand thing and shooting the chakra. What do you guys think? Are you guys down? Should I update my channel to me shooting the chakra? The chakra. Or I could fly all the way out to Utah / Idaho / wherever it is that Shaylee is, and me and Shaylee both could do like a cosplay, like Dragon Con, like a full-blown, and we do a picture. So I'll be the Hierophant shooting the chakra, and she could dress up as the High Priestess shooting the chakra, and we could do like a duel, like almost like like the Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, like agent, like the Mr. and Mrs. Smith. We could do that, but like we could like lean our backs to each other. I'm the Hierophant with my thing, and she's the High Priestess, but we're both like shooting the chakra. And then that could be the new background. I mean, if my channel doesn't go fucking viral after that, then what am I even doing out here on YouTube? If my channel can't go viral after a glamour shot photo of shooting the chakra with Shaylee, then that's it. There is that, literally that's it. My channel is just done. I should quit fucking YouTube right here, right now, if that's not viral. Are you creating a new genre of porn? Eddie's OnlyFans. See, this is why you're my mod. I wasn't even thinking about an OnlyFans. That's actually brilliant. What if I had a tarot OnlyFans? What if I had a tarot OnlyFans? Like, I could take the tarot cards and I could like do mayonnaise readings on Shaylee's feet. So Shaylee's feet are out, and I do readings by scooping mayo and letting the cards like kind of stick on her feet with the mayo. And I do tarot readings like that. You can't tell me that that's not like some like a fucking $1 million idea right there. I'm just saying. I didn't even need tarot cards to do that reading. Like that's just revolutionary right there. You could okay. You could shoot the cards like you're bukkake-ing. Yeah. Yes. So we could have Shaylee, and then we could have like the cards like coming from all directions, just going quack, quack, quack. They're just all coming from different directions. Like she's just getting hit from all directions with the. Shaylee's like, this is not the $10 read that I paid for. Oh my God, this is not the $10 read that I paid for. You would obviously be very good at it. Duh. You're a Virgo. Good at whatever you choose. You would ever do something like OnlyFans though. Virgos are ladies. Gentlemen's in the case. Streets. Freaks in the sheets. Well, I'm not your average virgin, Miss Shaylee. I'm not your average virgin. I am not. Who needs a bowl of cum? You can taste the rainbow of spirit. Okay. Well, I'm just going to pass the microphone over to Jean now. She's going to run the show for now. Just when I think that I've hit my limit. Just when I think, yeah, taste the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. Well, don't worry, Shaylee. If it makes you feel any better, I'm a virgin too at this point. It's been so long, I don't even remember what a naked female looks like. It's been so long, I don't even know what I look like anymore down there. I haven't seen the little guy in quite some time. Pervs are us terrible. Well, it's been a little G tonight, actually. A little PG tonight up in here. We get you get me exactly the right moment with exactly the right ingredients, and I'll dig my own hole. I've certainly done it in the past. And I have to remind myself too, like, you're like one statement away from getting yourself shut down out here on YouTube land. So I have to like, but I'm thinking it. Trust me, I'm thinking it. My moon, okay, so so I'm a Virgo sun. I'm Capricorn rising. My moon is Sagittarius. And essentially everything else is in Libra except for Neptune. My Neptune is also in Sag. And my Mars is in Leo. But like everything else is in Libra. Leo Sun and Venus. Scorpio Moon. Rising Mars and Saturn. You Scorpion. You Scorpion. But see, the key is see where the houses are though. Scorpio, Mars, Saturn, and Pluto, with Mercury and Aries in my 8th. Yeah, all my Libra placements are in my 10th house. I don't have anything in my 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. 1 through 7 is nothing. My 8th house, I've got Mars. 9th house is my Sun. 10th house is everything except Neptune, my Moon, and Mars. So, like, I'm essentially, basically, practically a fucking Libra. Well, but here's the thing. My Sag is in my 12th. My Moon and Sag is in my 12th house. And so is Neptune. And so it's interesting. So this is fascinating. So what I just realized about astrology, because I've been kind of learning a little bit here and there. What I realized is that the ruler of the sign of whoever you're dating, wherever their placement is in whatever house that's in your chart, that's the challenge that you're going to have with that person. So, for example, let's say you're dating somebody who's a Virgo. And let's say that, Mercury shows up in your, Mercury shows up in your 8th house, right? Well, then the challenges that you're going to have with a Virgo that you're romantically connected to are going to be whatever. Wait, I guess I can just do this. Is it going to show? No, hold on. Where am I? This one. Do you guys have this app, the pattern app? You guys, if you don't have this, you need to get this, the pattern app here. All this. It's pretty legit. Another one, because see, what's cool is if you're on the pattern, then I can just go in and find you by going to searching for somebody on the pattern, right? And then you just type you in. Brandy's like, I've never seen. Brandy, you got to download it, dude. You've got to get on the pattern here. I'll show you guys another good one too. It's called Astro Future is the name of it. This one is really cool. Like if you're just wanting to look at your actual chart, and so it'll show you like your transits right here, and then you can look at like your birth chart. You can, not bad. So Shaylee and I would have a meaningful relationship. Let's see what it says. Let's look at the patterns. Our strongest connection is unique and special. It says, you and Shaylee naturally gravitate toward each other and enjoy spending time together. It just feels good to be around one another. There's an equality and mutual respect that makes you both feel secure and at ease. You just get each other. There's a resonance and intuitive understanding. Being together might make you both feel more confident. Let's see what our worst pattern is. The biggest challenge. Our biggest challenge is we're different people. You and Shaylee likely see the world differently, which can affect your relationship in various ways. Often opposites attract. So it could be exciting to partner with someone whose perspectives differs greatly from yours. In this case, it could be very enriching to learn from one another. If there are issues, it could be because you two lack a certain common ground in terms of perspective, which could cause misunderstanding, frustrations, or hurt feelings. Possibly your styles or temperaments don't often seem to converge. At times, you and Shaylee might have difficulty seeing eye to eye, which could lead to tension or conflict. I call bullshit on that. Ideally, you can try to appreciate what Shaylee brings to your life or what this dynamic teaches you about yourself. And she can learn from you as well. While you two may not always share the same needs or desires, communicating about your differences can help ease any tension in the relationship. Oh, hell yeah, it can. We have a lot of things here. So we have unique and special. We have friction. We have depth and feeling, passion or distance, different people, new possibilities. We have a wild card here. We have parallel paths, friends in a past life, and balanced perspectives. Friends in a past life. Shaylee feels like someone you've known for a long time. Right away, you may have felt loyal to her and sensed that you could open yourself up to her. It may feel like you were fated to meet and connect. This pattern is powerful and may be one of the reasons you initially felt attracted to each other. Tarot Bukkake. Right here from the pattern itself. And then you have the snapshot right here. And the snapshot says, you and Shaylee may feel powerfully drawn together for good reason. You have an exciting and intoxicating connection. There's chemistry and attraction. But there's also depth and feeling. This pattern has a strong pull. Tell us something we didn't know. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging on the passenger side. My best friend's ride. Trying to holler at me. Your sun is conjunct my moon, and I have conjunctions to your moon with past life. Shit. Yes, my Uranus, conjuncts your moon could cause some issues. That's awesome. It shows transits and all that awesome. Yeah. The only thing that it doesn't show, is the 3 fucking inches. It doesn't show you the 3 inches. But anyways, super cool app. Highly recommend it. Show you a bunch of cool shit. You can look at things. You compare things. All the things. Isn't that right, Shaylee? We're going to meet in Las Vegas, by the way, me and Shaylee. We'll be married by the end of the year. We're going to go to the... we're going to be... the Elvis Presley thing. What it is? Yeah, the whatever it is out there. The place that Britney Spears ran off to and got married and shit. The little whatever it is. There's whatever it is. I forget the name of it. It's out there in the. It's in Las Vegas. The chapel, the chapel place. I forget what it's called though. Wait, what are you saying, Brandy? What kind of? I've never heard of that kind of porn before. Necha Nakras. I'm not familiar with that porn. Three inches of your love tentacle. Love tentacle. Lily. That's my that's the nickname. It's like Eminem, but we just call him Lil 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 Lee. Shaylee's like, okay, can I get a reading, please? Soulmate Eddie, can you fucking give me a reading, please? Can I get my bukkake, please? Vedic astrology is another type of astrology. Most of the world practices that type. Well, I don't know what we're about to practice, Shaylee, but I'm game. It's you and me, babe. It's you and me. I gotta get a drink. Did you see how far I went for that? Okay. Cheers, everybody. It's too far for me, Shaylee. I don't like it being that far. I'm a closeness person. You know, I'm like a 1 degreeer. You guys want to see something? Shaylee's like, I'd like to see my fucking reading. How about you give me my reading? Hold on, I'm going to show y'all something. This is going to help you guys understand. Y'all think I'm messing around. When I say I start talking about stalking people, and look, she even got her Valentine's Day going on. You can't make this shit up. You guys can't make this up. She even got her Valentine's Day going on. Look at that. You like to fit in one hand. She's wearing my shirt. I bought her that shirt for Valentine's Day. She got it. Don't you guys go stalking. Don't go stalking my chick now. Don't be stalking Shaylee. Don't do it. Do not fucking do it. Don't do it. I know. That's what I was saying, Brandy. You think that picture's hot? Don't do it, Eddie. Don't say it. Don't say it, Eddie. Do not go stalk her. Do not go stalk Shaylee. You think that picture's hot? Don't do it. Okay. Cards. So many cards. those. Y'all gonna make me go into the archives. All right, let's get some of these. Some of these. What we got in here? Okay, here we go. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. How dare I pulled you right up on the old thing and I didn't even friend you. That was lame. I was waiting for the invite. I friend requested you. We can be friends now. All right. I need some music. What music do I want to hear? What music? What music? What music? What music? We'll go here. Done and done. Okay. All right, let's start slinging these cards. I got a whole pile here for you. The first thing I got coming in, the first messages I have coming in for you is a renewal. You have a renewal energy coming up. You have a big renewal energy coming up, my friend. Where's your north node? Do you know what your north node is? Of course you do. Why would I even ask if you know what your north node is? There's an emphasis on your north node. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so the end of a tough cycle approaches. So yeah, you have like a whole new you have a big renewal coming. I just keep getting this renewal energy that's about to happen for you, and it's like really, really good. Like this is something that you've been waiting for a long time, and I don't think you even really know just how good it's about to be for you. And you have love coming too, by the way. Okay, so you're 10th house Gemini. Got it. So, oh, yeah, I forgot to show you these. Look at the bigger picture. And I'm going to go through all of these, obviously. But we have, look at the bigger picture. We have a new start is coming. And you have love, too. There's a really, really, really strong love energy, but it's new. It's not a past energy. It's brand new. But there's some other things about to happen too. Y'all can't make this up, dude. Acclaim, Sagittarius energy. And I think I've told you this before because I remember. And it's interesting, the number, we have the number 9 here, and we're in a 9 universal year. You're meant to start doing something, Shaylee. You're meant to be seen. And I remember in the past telling you this. But the divine is highlighting it again. You're meant to start putting yourself out there. I don't know exactly what that means yet, but you're meant to be seen. We'll come back to that in a second. We have signal. Interesting. And then we have limitless. All right. Okay, so you're in a personal year 1. Okay. All right. So you're starting a whole new 9-year cycle then. That's awesome. And I'm very impressed that you know this, by the way. I mean, Gene, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying, I'm not complaining. Put me on the waiting list. Sign me up. We have speak. So this is tied to the thing I was just saying a second ago about you getting out and doing the thing. Because oh my God. For the love of fucking shuffling cards. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, we don't want more of that. We got the so this is chaos that just came out. And this chaos is tied to this consequences. So yeah, you still have somebody's energy attached to you. I sense. So but it's like it's coming out the other side. So it's like it's coming out the other side of turbulence here, but there's still enough of it attached to you where you need to be aware of it, because I feel that I just have to mention it, that there is a chance for that energy to start pulling you back. Like it wants to draw you back in, the chaotic energy. Then we have power here. You stepping into your power. And you unleashing your knowledge and your voice through the speak energy. But there's also a thing about like, then we have polarity here. Yeah, and this is, so it's interesting. There's 2 energies attached to polarity. The first energy attached to polarity is you staying away from the chaotic energy that wants to pull you that way. But there's this other polarity of whatever this new thing is that's coming towards you that you're going to be drawn to. and we'll see what that is. And then we have guardian here. So this is about you learning, the energy of the guardian is about you learning to protect what's valuable to you and never going back to, essentially you not betraying yourself ever again. In other words, the divine is like, look, the divine wants you to begin to see the value of who you are so that you never fall into the belief again that you're not, that you ever have to believe that you should or could settle for anything that would cause you to betray yourself, essentially. And that basically you learning to be the guardian of your heart, the guardian of your soul, the guardian of your character, the guardian of your personality, like you really just learning how to protect yourself in a way. And I want to steer away from the generic, like learning to love yourself and all of that. It's deeper. Not that self-love is not a part of it, but it's deeper than that. It's almost more important than just generic self-love, because you wouldn't protect something that you didn't love. So to tell people to love themselves when they don't love themselves and trying to convince them to protect the thing that they don't love wouldn't make any sense, if that makes sense. So it's something deeper than that. It's like, how would I explain this? Imagine if you had a kid, an innocent child that you're responsible for, and you understood all the pain and all the suffering of life that you've gone through, but also that somehow you intuitively or psychically knew the future of this child and all the pain and suffering that they could potentially go through. And even though you didn't have the power to prevent that child from going through those difficult things, you had the knowledge to impart to that child before they ever went through those things. So imagine you were able to give them the treasure of the lessons that they would learn, integrate it into who they are, and as they grow, they get older and all of that, and they start living life. It's like they've already begun to integrate the knowledge of those lessons, even though they've not gone through those experiences. So by the time the experience eventually occurs in their life, it's like the effect of that experience is far, far, far less severe than if they had been blindsided by it, and then it was a dice roll whether or not they were going to be able to extract the treasure from that pile of shit, so to speak. So in a sense, this guardian energy is similar to that. It's like, if you knew, if you could somehow, if you had the knowledge necessary to give to yourself to protect yourself from future experiences that you've not yet had, in order to ensure that no matter what happens, even if you had to go through those experiences, even if those experiences were unavoidable, the very fact that you gained that knowledge early on and you integrated it into your being, it wouldn't matter. It's like, okay, one day I might go through this terrible thing. I might go through a difficult or challenging thing. But you would move through that experience with a different level of confidence. You would move through that experience as a different you, where the fear, the worry, the uncertainty, the doubt, the insecurities, and all the things that we wrestle with that compound the negative parts of those experiences, they make those experiences so difficult for us to find the empowering meaning or to find the treasure in the pile of shit, right? And I know this is a very difficult and complex way of trying to explain this energy, but that's what this guardian energy is all about. It's about you almost kind of reparenting yourself in a way to where it's almost like the relationship that you have to yourself moving forward, Shaylee, needs to come from a place of like, okay, girl, I fucking got you and I fucking love you. And we've been through hell and back. And I've got you now. Almost like your heart, the deepest part of you is almost literally like your child. Like if you gave birth to a child and it's like, this is my fucking child. I love my child unconditionally. Whatever. I will do whatever it takes to provide for my child, my offspring. Well, it's like the divine wants you to start viewing your internal world that way, valuing in protecting your internal world that way, to where it's not that you're necessarily going to shield yourself from ever having to go through hurt. We value ourselves and the relationship that we have to our inner world. It will transform our behavior and our attraction to things that maybe in the past, when we didn't have that relationship to ourselves and we weren't, watching over our deepest treasure, which is our heart, right? Like we would have accepted, toxicity. We would have tolerated bullshit, and we would have allowed ourselves to linger and hang out in situations with people that we had no business being with because, they were trampling our hearts. And your greatest power, Shaylee, your greatest power is always been inside of your heart. But you've accumulated so much pain and so much damage that it's caused you to question your capacity to shine and your capacity to love or even be loved. So in other words, there's a part of you that has a blueprint of trauma attached to it where you've internalized it as a form of normality because that's just all you know, because that's what you've experienced. And because you've identified with it, I'm not saying you've done this consciously, by the way, but because unconsciously you've identified with it, a part of you made it acceptable, but it can't be acceptable anymore. That's what this guardian energy is saying. No more. It's not acceptable anymore for my heart to ever be disgraced or treated, or for me to tolerate anything that isn't loving my heart the same way that I would love a child. So from now on, moving forward, just like, again, if you had a child, if you had a daughter, let's say, or a son, it doesn't matter, but let's say, you had a kid, well, you wouldn't just subject that child to the care of just anybody, like a random stranger. You'd be very particular about who you allowed to watch your child, babysit your child, who you left, who you subjected the care of your child to, right? Like, you would be very, very, very conscious about these decisions and choices. Well, the divine is saying, you need to do that for you. You need to treat your heart just like you would a child, and no longer subject yourself or your heart to just random strangers who are going to abuse you, abuse it, take advantage of it, violate it, manipulate it, crush it, all these other things that in the past were acceptable because of that pattern, that unconscious pattern that you have. And so you've been wanting other people to give to you, and that's normal. We're all human. I've done this. I'm guilty of this. We want somebody else to validate and appreciate and love us and make us feel that we're worth and worthy and good enough and all those things. But when we give that gift to ourselves, or at least when we hold space for the value of who we are, and we really get it, not just intellectually, but we have an experience with it, it's a game changer, because it transforms everything that we attract into our lives. And we take our power back, because now we're taking ownership and responsibility for the thing inside of us that creates all life, which is the heart. It's the source of life. When the heart stops beating, we die. And it's the source of love. And the source of love is the source of all life. And so there's a you that you're about to become when you step into the role of, my heart has a new mother. And when you begin to experience the guardianship of your heart as a treasure, as of something that's the most valuable possession that you have, it's the most valuable possession that you have. And when you start owning your heart as the most valuable possession that you have, and never, ever, 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 ever fucking again will you ever allow anything to being siphoned out and just, it was just leaving, it was just gone, and you had nothing to show for it. Where now you will have access to it. And the connection of that energy, along with the connection to the divine, is essentially a gateway to a new dimension of creation of a new you, but also creation of a new life. So you're on the precipice of a different type of spiritual awakening, where it's like you have the knowledge, you have the tools, you have the awareness, you have the fundamentals of spirituality. But what's about to happen is the caterpillar is about to go. The caterpillar that's been inside the cocoon is about to come out, and the real Shaylee, the real butterfly, the real angel, the real fairy is about to birth forth. So there's a part of you that you've been looking for that's been missing, that you haven't completely ever been able to feel. But the sensation of the feeling of that part of you that's been missing is the disconnection of this part of your heart that you have never fought for. But because now you're willing to fight for it and take hold of it and own it and have a relationship with it and come back home to it, there's a part of you that you're about to meet that you've never met before, which is going to bring a new sense of fulfillment for you that you've never felt before. And that fragmented part of you that's been missing, that you're about to be plugged into, is the wholeness and the fulfillment of that thing inside of you that's been dying to come to life. And it's also that part of you that you've been looking for in others. That part of you that's been dying to come to life is the same part that you've been looking in your romantic relationships. You're like, man, I just feel like I'm just dying. There's this thing inside me. I'm just dying for it. I'm just dying for it. I'm just dying for it. I'm thirsty for it. I'm hungry for it. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find it? Well, you're about to find it. You're about to find it. You're about to come back home to it. You're about to become it. You're about to become one with it. And that thing that you've been longing for and searching for is about to be made whole. Cornerstone here. It's like, this is like the cornerstone of, and I still have some other cards I haven't even pulled yet, but this is like the cornerstone of everything. And it's very important. The other aspect of this guardian energy that's important is you understanding that because of the sensitivity of the power of the love that's inside the largeness of your heart, it requires a level of guardianship that you cannot afford to put in the hands of anybody else. You just can't. Even the best, even the perfect person, the perfect man for you, the ideal lover, the ideal soulmate. I'm talking about a man that would love you as perfect as any perfect human, the closest to the perfect person could ever love you, right? Even that person cannot have the role of guarding the importance of your heart. This is something that the divine is emphasizing, like extra emphasizing, because when you get this, when you grasp this, when this, like when it clicks for you and it all comes together and you get it, like, oh, I get it now. I got it. I get it. Not just intellectually, but you have the experience of it where it all comes together and makes sense. This is going to be the thing that changes everything. Because this has been the missing piece. Everything that I'm saying that's tied to this one card has been the missing piece. Everything leading up to your whole fucking life, all the way up to this very moment, this is the missing piece for you. This is what was been missing that you've been looking for and longing for and searching for. All of it. This is that missing piece. And you're about to integrate. You're about to find it. You're about to come home to it. You're about to own it. And you're about to walk into it. You're about to become it. And so in the acquisition of that and the integration of that part of you, it's so important to make sure that you never lose it again. That's what this is about. That's why it's so important for you to catch, for you to understand what this concept means, like being the guardian. And I know that's still kind of a little ethereal, trying to explain I'm trying to explain an abstract kind of concept that I never explained before. So I lack a lot of the language, I feel, or the explanation to feel like I'm doing a good job at explaining it, because it's not an experience that I've ever had. So it's like I'm trying to describe an experience just based on the messages, the message that the divine is giving me as the messenger to describe an experience that I myself have never had nor can I relate to. So it just feels like I feel like I'm lacking the exact approximate language or vocabulary to describe it at a level of detail that I wish that I could, if that makes sense. So I kind of I feel limited. I feel limited in my messaging and channeling abilities to really convey the energy of the message of what all that represents. Because I don't feel like I'm doing it. I don't feel like I'm doing it justice. Because it's that important. Okay, yeah. And all this makes sense too. So yeah, so here we go. So let's look at these cards here. So we have milestone. So yeah, this is just basically backing up, saying that everything you're about to go through, you're about to have a major breakthrough. If you continue, you keep going down the path that you're going, and you take this seriously, you're about to have a huge breakthrough. It's like, that's what the milestone is here. It's representing a massive breakthrough that you're about to have. A huge level up. Great gratitude. This is like this is essentially like, forget the words, the word of the card. This is like a Nine of Pentacles / Empress type of vibe. Like, this is you in the new energy. There's a sense of like, of like life. There's a countenance, there's an energy, there's a shift in the way that it's like, even when people see you, they're just going to notice by the way that you look. They're going to be able to see that you've changed. They're going to look at you, they're going to go, you're just beaming. Like, your energy, you seem just like a totally different person. You have a happiness, a genuineness. It's not fake. It's not makeup. It's not the way that you look. It's not any of the things that we can do to mask or project, like a fake image to convince the world that, we the world perceives us one way, but on the inside we're something totally different. It's like, this is true radiance. There's a carefreeness, there's a lightness, and there's a beauty. There's like, it's like there's just an energy, there's an aura that people are going to sense and feel that you've changed, and they're just going to see it. And what's this energy? There's an attracting element of that radiance that's meant to bring people to you because of what it is that you're meant to talk about with the card here, which is the card I said it just says speak, because you're meant to tell people things. You're meant to talk to people about things because you're genuinely going to have a happiness and a joy and a sense of fulfillment about you. And you're just going to be able to tell people your story and be like, yeah, I'm just genuinely happy. And they're like, I don't understand. Like, I would kill to have your level of peace, happiness, and fulfillment in my life. And you're going to be able to have a conversation with them and just basically tell them your story and be like, well, this is my life. This is what's happened to me. These were my struggles. This is my dark period. This is what I went through and the challenges that I went through, but this is what I realized. Like, to sound kind of cheesy, like, this is your testimony, if you will. Like, your testimony to people. You'll be able to start to share with them your testimony, what you went through, what you overcame, and it's going to be through the inspiration and the authenticity and the genuineness of your story, because you're not bullshitting. You're not trying to project or, inject or make it, you're just telling the truth. You're like this, and it's, it's just coming from the most sincere place inside of you, where it's like, yeah, I had this happen, and whatever, but this is who I became, and I realized that, I realized this as a result of that, and then, I leaned into my spirituality, and this, whatever your testimony ends up being, you're gonna have an opportunity to share that with people, and essentially, you're basically gonna change people's lives. There's some very, very, very depressed and suicidal people that you're meant to, you're going to help. So when I say this quite literally, you're going to literally save people's lives, because you're going to basically interact with people who are secretly suicidal. Like, they have suicidal thoughts. They hate themselves that much. They've been in a really dark place. And because you have been in similar dark places, and you understand those emotions, those thoughts, those situations, those scenarios, you've been in those places before, you'll be able to relate to them in a way to where you'll be able to offer them something that will be able to guide them out. Like, you'll be able to give them true, real hope in a way that only you could translate that, offer it to them. Where if it was me, if it was somebody else, we wouldn't have that same level of leverage with them. Like, they wouldn't listen to me. They wouldn't give a shit about me. I wouldn't have that opening. But you, they will listen to. You, they will respect. You, they will relate to. which brings me to this professional assistance. This is essentially just another. You're essentially you're gonna be a force of healing for people, but in disguise. So, and it's possible. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's possible that maybe a few years down the road, you decide to become more official. In other words, I see a timeline with you where you start to realize that you're having this positive effect on people's lives, and you tap into some gifts and some things that you didn't know that you have, and you start to realize, like, man, there's something here. And because you start to like realize that you have this gift to start help healing people, like, well, I might as well like make it official. And so maybe you'll choose a modality. Maybe you'll get certified in a certain modality or certain practice, or, whatever that looks like, something that interests you, but you make it official, right? Like, and like so it turns into something like legitimate in the sense that maybe it even becomes like something you end up getting paid for. Like it actually becomes a profession for you. So then we have the planning and action here. And this is interesting. So what this card really signifies for you this year is there's a lot of change coming up for you. And so you're going to be making a lot of plans that you didn't know that you were going to make, and you're going to be taking a lot of action that you didn't know that you were going to take because of the changes that are going to start happening in your life. And again, these are positive things, but again, it's like this whole life that you had no clue that you would end up living as 2025 goes on. It's kind of like right now, you wouldn't be able to fathom it, even if the divine gave me like a vision or a revelation for whatever that thing is for you in the future. Like, okay, Shaylee's going to be doing this. She's going to be doing that. Like where you are right now, you would just be like, that's crazy. That sounds so impossible. But 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now, when you're actually doing the thing, you're going to be like, not in a million fucking years could you have told me back in February that I would be here 4, 5, 6 months later doing the thing that I'm doing. So the gap of change between where you are now and where you're going to be as you get into like, the third and fourth quarter of this year is going to be so radically different that you're just not going to believe it. You're just going to be like, man, I didn't know it was possible that a person could change this much in just this little amount of time. But that's exactly what's going to happen for you. But at the bottom of the deck, we have this other thing that's interesting. I just want to point this out to you. Okay, yeah. I'm going to go through these kind of quick because there's quite a few. So we have family. This represents your new family, your soul tribe. That's what this is. This is your soul tribe. So the divine, as you move through this year, the divine is going to connect you with new friends, new people, new opportunities. This is your soul tribe. Next card, fun. You're about to start having a hell of a lot more fun as a result of this new energy and the relief and the lightheartedness of the fact that all this baggage is going to start falling off of you. And all that dark energy and those waves of emotion and loneliness and all that shit that you've been struggling with for a long time. It's just going to fall off of you. And you're basically going to feel like you had a new lease on life. And because you feel so light and so free from the darkness and all the shit that you've gone through that the divine is going to take off of you, life is going to just be a hell of a lot more fun. And also fun because of the excitement of the new you that you're becoming and the opportunities that's going to open up for you. Underneath that, we have friends and colleagues. And this is just a double confirmation of the soul tribe family energy here. So again, just more confirmation that the divine is going to connect you with better people, better friends, just getting you away from toxic energy, toxic past environments, toxic past friends, anything that just is no longer in alignment with the direction that you're meant to go. And look, can't make this shit up for the third. This is triple confirmation. You have family, friends, and guides. So not only do you have your physical soul tribe, but you're also going to start tuning into your spiritual soul tribe. So you've got 3 cards, all soul tribe and family. Travel. This is you getting out and basically experiencing more life and having more experiences than those that the routine that you've been used to. Because the divine is going to start expanding your environment. So just be aware that, and I think you said you're in a one personal year, which makes sense. So just be ready for a lot of new things, and new experiences is going to be one of them. The sacred temple has everything to do with what I talked about, the guardian. So this is just a reminder of, is the sacred temple? The sacred temple is your heart. What needs to be guarded? Your heart. Everything that I said earlier about this guardian card is summarized here in the sacred temple, because that is the sacred temple. Your heart is the sacred temple. And then we have teacher. So you're going to come across people that are meant to teach and inspire and impart to you the knowledge when you need it. But this is also you learning how to go over here and do this. Learning how to become the teacher and the healer. So there's 2 energies attached to that. Courage. As you begin to find the you that you're meant to become, you're going to start to find the confidence that was always there inside of you, inside of your soul. So this essentially is the new confident you that's tied to you here in like the new Empress energy right there. And then we have these cards, which is what you're moving away from. The conflict of the past, the deception of the past, and then underneath that, the last card was the universe. And so basically the universe reassuring you that the more you're willing to walk away from this past energy, then the universe has your back, essentially. So any residual leftover bullshit energy from the past that you might be afraid could still be there because you might be still feeling it, or you might feel tempted by it at times. The universe is like, no, I got it. All right, so let's talk really quick about this love romantic energy that was coming out, because I felt it immediately. Okay, communication, self-worth. Okay, so at some point this year, Shaylee, you're going to, how do I want to explain the timeline to you? So there's a timeline coming. Is that 2 boys and a girl? That's 2 girls. That's 2 girls and a boy, and there's a baby in the back. Girl, boy, and there's a little baby back here. Technically, there's 4. But this person is on the trajectory, assuming that you stay on course. In other words, if you keep moving in the direction of your spiritual and personal growth, and you're doing this, you're doing all of this, then you're going to be moving right towards this person. it's not a given. So obviously you have free will. We all have free will. So, we can take a detour. We can choose whatever we want. But if you stay on this path, on this trajectory, at some point this year, you're going to potentially meet the person that could potentially be your forever person. The communication card is just saying, like, obviously when you meet, you guys are going to hit it off. Like, you're just going to get each other. The communication is going to be there. Like, it's just going to feel natural. Self-worth. This person with the support energy is somebody who's going to make you feel even more worthy and lovable and good enough. So the work that you're already doing on yourself, this person is going to magnify it. This is somebody who's going to speak life into you. They're going to remind you of who you are. They're going to see when you, any time where you start to question yourself or doubt yourself or beat yourself, they're going to recognize it, and they're going to remind you, like, hey, you don't have to beat yourself up. Remember who you are. Like, they're going to speak life into you and remind you to not fall into old limiting beliefs, old paradigms, self-doubt, self-loathing, or any type of past old pattern there. The spark energy, obviously you and this person are going to be crazy attracted to each other. Now, the open up card and the differences energy are more like, they're more kind of like awareness to overthink things. Like if something, like I don't know, you're talking and maybe you get triggered for some reason, or he says something and you misunderstand or you misinterpret it, or you go out and, it's like you have this great time, but then maybe you go out on like a, like you're hanging out for like the fifth or sixth time and solves, it's like we're humans, we all have flaws. So this difference card is about just being aware of any overthinking or negativity from your past, that when you meet this person, you could potentially self-sabotage by allowing those negative thoughts to become facts when they're not facts. They're just thoughts. Then there's no truth. And so any uninvestigated thoughts, any uninvestigated truths, all of that, you have to be careful of, right? And so it's like, well, my brain is telling me this, but am I sure that I'm sure that I'm sure that I'm sure that I'm sure 100% sure that I have enough evidence and enough feedback to warrant this being the actual reality that it is? Because if I don't, then I know that my brain is full of shit, right? But obviously, if you have evidence of something, that would be different. But I can tell you that whoever this person is not that type of person, And so then we have the flirt card here. So yeah, I mean, that's self-explanatory. The flirt and the spark card, like, I mean, you guys are going to be like fire and gasoline, basically. So you have, there's somebody ahead for you. You have somebody, okay. I'm just coming back over to the chat for a second. I've been thinking a lot about starting to reach out in regards to suicide the past couple of weeks. I want to get my master's in counseling. Won't take much longer than a year. Yeah, 100%. I'm comfortable with the darkness. Still working on forgiving my mother. Probably will for the rest of my incarnation. You should read the comments. Yeah. The problem with me in reading the comments is when I get in my zone and the flow, the minute that I get the comments, I shut off it's like I collapse the channel, and then I'll forget whatever is coming through, and sometimes I can't get back to it. I'm very easily distracted. If you guys haven't noticed, I get very easily distracted. So once I'm in the flow, I try to stay in the flow, for my own good. But This is your moment, Shaylee. This is your moment. This is the moment in your life that you've been waiting for. Everything has been leading you up to this moment, this year. And I mentioned this on a video on my channel, which I will still continue to tell everybody until about July. The most important video that I will upload on my channel, it's a 2-part video called the Universal Year 9 Part 1 and Part 2. And, there's 2 groups of people this year. Group 1 is 2025. This will potentially be the best year of your life. Group number 2, this will potentially be the worst year of your life. It's going to be one or the other, one of the 2 extremes. But for you, Shaylee, it's like you're on that path of this could potentially be one of the best years of your life, to where 10, 20, 30 years down the road, you look back on 2025 and you go, man, this was the year that it all fucking changed. 2025 was the year that everything came together. It all made sense. I got on my path. All the things started happening. And the key to all of that for you was this. Regardless of whether you realize it or not, you were doing this. And this really, besides everything that I said over here, when I was talking about the guardian energy, this is the second most important card. Is it took courage. You doing shit scared. Instead of you backing down because you thought you weren't good enough, you didn't think you could do it, you didn't believe in yourself, you weren't sure, you didn't know if you had it, what it took, whatever it was. You did it anyway. You're like, fuck that shit. I'm going to do it anyway. You, in spite of the fear or whatever you were experiencing in your body that was trying to hold you back, you did the scary thing anyways. And so your success and the best year of your life is always on the other side of the fact that you were courageous. And this is who you are. And the more that you embody this courage, the more that you come into that realization, that confidence of just knowing this is who I am, the more that you become her. Because this is real. This isn't fake. This isn't bullshit. This isn't makeup. It's not fake up. This is fucking you. This is the real you. And that you just courageously walk the hero's journey. I had no idea. I wasn't confident. I didn't always feel confident. I wasn't quote unquote fearless. I was scared shitless at times. But there was something bigger and greater inside of me that told me just to take one more step. And when I took that step, I realized that I was still here. I was still worthy. I was still lovable. I didn't die. I wasn't in crazy pain. So I took another step, and then another step, and then another step. And then I just kept taking steps. And then one day the lights came on and everything fucking changed. And there you are. The most beautiful you that you've ever become. All hail Shaylee, the goddess. Fear will devour your soul like a gourmet buffet and saunter away, licking its lips, leaving you empty and helpless. Don't let fear do that to you. Both of my children being taken when all I have ever wanted was to be a mother. The pure fact that I chose to stay alive, hear it from you, actually hear it from you. But despite the fact that I don't know all the details, I just want to say that I'm fucking proud of you, because I can feel and sense enough of the energy to know that you've walked through some fucking darkness. You fought some fucking battles. And you're here not by accident. You did. You have shared a lot with me, and I treasure that, and I don't take that lightly, by the way. But it's still, it's obviously not the same through. It's still a little impersonal through a YouTube chat and all of that. I spent 3 days in heaven when 19 I took my life. Well, see, that even makes more sense. Fully crossed over. See, I didn't know that. So that makes total sense then. That makes total sense. Was in a coma on a ventilator and was given the choice to come back. I said no at first. And God had a talk with me, which changed my mind. Well, I can see why. I can see why God would have wanted to convince you to stay, because there's a lot of people that need you. A lot of people that need you. And the magnitude and the extent of which I know you may not completely fathom yet, but trust me when I say it's extremely important. My firstborn passed away. I knew you had a story. I didn't know what all, but I knew you had a story. And this is why you're asking about the card. I get it now. I have a 9-year-old whose father took him when he was 2. I have not seen him since. Liam. You're gonna see him, Skylar. He's gonna come back to you. This is gonna come full circle for you. And I know that because it's tied to these energies. And you picked up on that. I didn't know that part of your story, but it's here in the energy. There's a part of you. There's a part of you that wanted you here too. And you're going to meet her. That's what this is about. You're going to meet her. And you are going to reconnect with your son. And I feel very strongly about that. And naturally you would be. I mean, anybody who's gone through the things that you've gone through would want to be checked out. And that's where your power is. That's the beauty of all of this is where your power is, because you've gone through all of that and you know what it's like to be intimately connected to that level of darkness. How powerful is it, and how powerful are you in your ability to be able to relate to those personally and deeply from that experience? you'll be able to touch people in ways and reach people in ways that nobody else could. Because you've been in those dark places before. And before I stepped out of it and decided to actually try to want to live again. Well, all of that, all of the loss, all of the trial, all of the all that you've been through, Shaylee, is about to change. And what's ahead for you, the divine is going to give back to you tenfold. Absolutely. I 100% agree. I am meant to teach those in darkness how to embrace it and come out better than when they entered. That's 100% sure. Yeah, it's just, you've just come full circle. You've come full circle. The dark chapter was closed. You're stepping into your power, your beauty, your light, your life, your brilliance. Like, things are seriously about to start changing for you, my friend. And I can't wait to hear about it as it unfolds for you. That's good. We shouldn't. 100%. We shouldn't judge. It's just it's spirituality 101, Like, that's 100% true. It's our perception. It's the judgment that we cast upon good, bad, right, wrong, duality, and all that. When, the truth is, everything just is what it is. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you get it. 100%. 100%. I don't think I'm going to put my I want you to send me an email. Send me an email so I can actually officially connect with you somewhere. Obviously, besides the pattern app, but some way I can actually stay in touch with you frequently, keep up with you, talk to you, check in on you. And don't worry, I won't blow you up. Yeah. Yeah, I have I have my book. Oh my God. Got the old book here. I'm working on the second one, so hopefully, if I get my shit together, hopefully by the end of March, I'll have my second book released. That's what I'm hoping. I got a little behind on my writing. I wanted to have it done back in January, but that didn't happen. But it's okay. I was working on other things that were equally as important. But I definitely want to 100%. 100%. But send me an email so I can stay connected, or find a way to stay connected with you, wherever, however. Time is just to be, to the spiritual stuff seem to have to go through some difficult stuff. And I just, I said yes to the mission. I said yes to the call 2 years ago. I officially said yes 2 years ago. And everything has changed since then. Well, I'm glad that I got to see you tonight. I'm glad that you popped in. I'm always excited to see you. We are 100%. I mean, you in my opinion, we don't really have a choice, right? It's like when you go through the kind of shit that we go through in life, like it either makes you or it breaks you. There's not really like an in between. I don't feel. And I just learned many, many years ago, like, I don't know, like, I guess if I have a superpower, there was just some part of me that never could give up. Even when I wanted to, I never could. Like, I could get down in the dumps for like a day. Like, woe is me, I hate my life, blah, blah, blah. And I could stay there for like 24 hours, but for whatever reason, something inside of me always pulled me out of it and was like, okay, you got to sit, you got to be depressed and sad and bummed out for a day. Today, you're going to get your ass up and you're going to live your life. You're going to do something. And I don't know, I've never been able to just sit and suffer. Like, I'm just not good at it. I'm not good at it, which I guess was a benefit for me. Yep, I agree 100% with that too. No, it's not easy. It's not, but it's worth it. It's not easy, it's not fun, but it's worth it. And that's one of the hardest things one of the hardest things that I find in my own journey is trying to convince people that doing the work is actually worth doing the work. It's like it's hard because I can't show them the old versions of me going through the hell and all the shit and all the trials, and then compare that to the me that I am now. Because if I could contrast and say, like, look, this is me before doing the work, this is me in my life after doing the work, now you can understand why it's worth doing the work. And it's just so hard, trying to convince people to do the work. And I understand why. I mean, I get it. Like, most people want a quick fix. They're looking for the magic pill. They don't want to sit in their discomfort. They just want, the quickest escape out of anything that's painful, instead of having to sit with it and get curious about it and put work and effort into doing the things to change it. And so I get it, but I wish I could convince more people to do the work. And that's kind of why I'm here. It's like, tarot is just kind of a sneaky way for me to try to like weasel my way into people, to try to influence them into something. Because it's like, okay, I know people will show up for a free reading, so I'm going to use that opportunity to try to convince them that there's more than just these tarot cards, and if you embrace them more and you do the work, that's where the real change, the real fulfillment, and the things that you really want, that's where those things come from. Well, we look forward to seeing you sparkle and enjoy you while you're here before you go on the other side. Don't waste your sparkle. Don't waste your sparkle while you're here. I certainly enjoy the sparkle. Your sparkle is hot. Just saying. Well, you got you through the hard times too. You got you through the hard times. You got to give yourself credit. You're stronger than you think. Way stronger than you think. And you're welcome. I think we put everybody else to sleep. Except for Dari? Dari, are you still here? Dari Master? I should probably get the last few of you in before my mind completely shuts off. How long have I been on? Let's see. How long have I been on so far? Let's see. Five hours. Why does it feel longer than that? Oh, I appreciate that, Shaylee. I really don't have it. I really don't have anything to compare it to, honestly. I mean, besides obviously other other YouTube readers and things like that, but I'm not good at that, if I'm to be completely honest. Like, I'm just not good at I tried to just do generic readings and things like that. And the divine's like, nope. Deleted my channel during Mercury retrograde, no less, 2 years ago. I can't believe it's been that long ago. 2023. That was before that. No, that's when it was deleted. I started my channel in 21. Got deleted in 23. It's like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to have to start over. Yeah. No, I got you guys. I'll do both of you. Dari and Arpita, I got you guys. Cloudy is here, so I'll do you two. I'll just here set that aside. So we'll do just make a there you go. Yeah, I definitely used to be. Doing the readings and all of that just got so much easier when, I don't know, just when I finally let go and I just connected to, I really got more connected to the divine, not just the idea of spirituality. Like, I had all the spiritual knowledge in my head, but not the I wasn't fully connected yet. It's hard to explain it, but that's really where it came from. It was just kind of like, there's a letting go. There's a just kind of like, okay, I have this. I feel and I sense that I can feel the sense and this force inside of me that wants to operate. And when I just got out of my own way and I got out of my fear and I just was like, okay, I'm just going to stop hyper analyzing everything, get out of my brain and just let whatever happens happen. That's where all the magic is. And so literally it's a process of just it's really a process of just letting go. It's like I have no clue. I just let it's all intuitive, and it's just not guessing or second guessing where I'm intuitively led. It's like, okay, use that deck. Okay, shuffle the cards. This card comes out. Next card comes out. And I just allow whatever the message is for that card. It's just there. Like the information just starts to kind of stack up. Like it just starts to come into my awareness. And I don't have to think about it really. And that's when I know it's the divine, because if I start thinking about it, I know that I'm not connected anymore, and I can sense it too. It just like it reverts back to logic, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, well, maybe it means this, maybe it means that, I don't know. Like I can tell when it's the divine in, the power moving in me, I guess, for lack of better words, versus effort, a human effort, if that makes sense. So it's but it's a game changer. I mean, it's changed, it's revolutionized being out here. That's why I can do it so long. I just, time just evaporates. And what's cool is like, there's so much the divine has to say. Like that's how involved and how much the divine cares about us. It's like the divine, like, if we're open to those messages and we're really seeking what's in our highest good, it's like those messages can just come and come, and it's just like nonstop. It's just nonstop. You know what I mean? Like there's no limit to the information, and I don't know. I don't have a concept of time, and like I could just be out here forever, minus the limitations of my humanity. It's like if I didn't get tired and my body didn't start hurting from sitting in a chair, and holding my bladder and all these things, like I could sit here and just keep doing and going and going and going. I mean, I've gone like 12 hours before. And so, it's like once it's turned on, it's just on. I don't know. It's just like a zone or something. But it's we all have a gift. Every single one of us has a thing that when we allow the divine to operate through that thing, and we're not doing it out of our own force, it's a game changer. It's just like, it's like music or art or something, right? It's like you can teach yourself how to play an instrument like guitar, right? And you can try to force yourself to just play based on what you've learned. But then you have people who are musicians, and the people who've like created the most famous music of all time. It's like they talk about it. It's like they talk about being on stage or being at home writing the songs or being in the shower, and it's like they talk about that divine force just coming through them. And it's almost like it's not them anymore. They're not there making that music anymore. They're observing themselves creating the music, but it's not them that's doing it. It's some divine force that just kind of takes over, and they create something that they couldn't create any other way. And so Yeah. Yeah. 100%. And that's the other thing too. It's like only we have the ability to do the thing that we can do. Like no one can replicate what the thing is that you're meant to do. Even if it's similar to something that somebody else has done, it's never going to be a complete replica. But anyways, all that to say, I'm rambling on at this point, but um, it's a game changer. Like and I don't know. I love helping people. Um, I wish I could be out here a lot more often, but I love helping people. Um, I love just knowing that I'm doing something more than entertaining people or just giving cheesy messages. Like, my heart is to really help people and provide people with something truly beneficial and hopefully empowering, because you never know. You never know if you're having an opportunity to give somebody something they're desperate for. Because I don't know. I don't know where people are in their lives. I've certainly been in those places in my life where I was desperate. And the divine put somebody in my path that had just the right thing to say, just the right thing to give, provide, what have you. And I always hold on to the assumption that I could be that at any time for anybody. You just never know what people are going through, and to be in a position to be able to give something away to somebody that could be life-changing for them, or even if it's not life-changing, even if it's just the next thing that they need to get to the next place that they need to go in their journey. I mean, that's eternal. That's you can't put a price tag on those types of things, right? And so, yeah, when you know what your calling is, you know what your purpose in life is, and you're living it, the fulfillment that you receive by doing the thing you've incarnated to do is your reward. Like the fulfillment of me doing this and helping people, that's that sense of fulfillment inside my spirit and my soul that I can't get from doing anything else. That's it's serious. And you honor the divine by doing what you can do, and and letting the divine guide you to the next thing and the next thing, and just allowing it to evolve to the next thing and the next thing, and just allowing it to evolve. As I understand now why people find so much peace and happiness and fulfillment in their spiritual journey. And I see now why and how it can seem and appear so magical. It's like, man, these people just, they started here and somehow they ended up doing this, and it just all kind of came together for them. And it makes sense why. It's like, because they were trusting the divine. When you get out of your own way and you just let the divine lead and guide you, you can't go wrong. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a trouble-free journey. And it doesn't mean that it's going to be a trouble-free journey, that you're not going to, have bad days or hurdles or challenges. Life is still going to happen, but it's a hell of a lot easier and a hell of a lot different than feeling lost and trying to force or hustle or grind your way through to something that may not even be the thing that you were meant to hustle and grind your way to. It's just so much easier. I can't imagine living any other life than the spiritual life. I just can't. I mean, I've obviously done it before, but I can't imagine going back to that. We people really crave for this authenticity, and we're really blessed to come across your channel. Well, I appreciate that, Arpita. Yes, always, always, always. He sends us exactly what we need if we choose to accept his love and support. I am supposed to make videos. I don't know why I don't listen. Haven't figured that out yet. I suppose when I do, I'll start listening. Well, I started to get a glimpse of something many years ago. And I thought I was supposed to be a relationship coach, which is why I spent years obsessing over relationships. I wrote that book on relationships. I became a relationship coach. I mean, I just thought I was supposed to do relationships. And, you know, the further along my journey I went, it grew and evolved and changed. You know, I pivoted, and it's kind of like eventually, as the road winds and turns and curves, eventually you kind of just put the pieces together and you finally just show up at the place where you're meant to be. And you're like, oh, I get it now. This is what I'm supposed to do. And all those other things that I was doing before that weren't quite it were still tools and lessons and skills and opportunities for me to grow and learn. And so, if God stepped in to stop the bad, we would not have free will and free spirit's grace. Yeah, he stops it in heaven, to not allow any pain or bad wrecks your soul. You're there, 100%. You're really okay. You're paying more attention to us. I'm so thankful to you too. The lifetime period is 5 hours, 26 minutes. I'm glad someone's keeping a track. Anyways, that's my big speech. Live your divine purpose. Take your spiritual growth, your spiritual journey seriously, and I promise you, it's the best decision of your life that you'll ever make. And with that being said, Dairy Master, you may ask your question. I will shut up now. I will shut up and do your guys' readings before my brain completely craps out. When it hits hard. It's like energy. But then it's like the minute it all starts to collapse, it's like my brain's just like, You're welcome, Shaylee. I look forward to connecting with you offline. Oh, stubborn can be good. Stubborn can be good. Dari. You may ask your question, my friend. And then Arpita. Yeah, my guides have to be the most patient beings that exist, because I am the most impatient person. I suck at patience. I really suck at patience. I'm terrible at patience. Dari. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Dari or Dari? I don't know if I'm saying it right. Gee whiz, oldest of 5 children. Yeah, I only have one older brother. He's 3 years older than me. Very, very different people. But my impatience had nothing to do with him. Dari, you may ask your question. And then Arpita. Oh, look at you guys, man. You morning people coming on in here. Y'all coming in when I'm fixing to head out. Dari, ask a question. I'm waiting on you, man. I can't do a reading till you give me your question. What's happening in my love life? All right. Let's see. Arpita, you can go ahead and ask your question now too. Go ahead and get it in the chat. Well, I don't know if you were dealing with a Leo. I'm getting Leo vibes out here, but I don't know. The past here for you. There was something in your past that you thought was one thing, and it turned out to not be that thing. Obviously, a person here. We have secrets here. We have stuck. Yeah, there's something in your past, and with the illusions card here in reverse, along with the success card in the reverse. What this is telling me is that you're starting to realize, and then with underneath the past card here, we have illumination. You're starting to realize, and if you haven't, the divine wants you to start to realize, one or the other, that whoever this person is in your past, they're not it's confirmation that whoever this person is that's tied to your past, they are definitely not the person that you thought that they were. And I feel that you've been sort of like, you've been getting hints about that, or you've been coming to that conclusion to some degree with the success card in reverse. But I think like you needed a little more like of a push maybe, like, and this is like the divine kind of like pushing you all the way to kind of like, hey, yeah, trust me, this person was definitely not who you thought they were. Again, hence the success card in reverse. And then the stuck energy is obviously representing the fact that you've probably felt connected to this person. You hadn't fully let go of them. But there's another energy attached to it as well, which is that when you were with them, it was like your progress in life. You're just like, this person was kind of keeping you stuck, whether you were aware of it or not. There are obviously secrets here. I don't know, there could have been deceptions, lies, or just dishonesty. And then we have investments here. Now, the investments could have been what the secrets were about. Investments could be anything of value, anything. Bank accounts, cars, houses, a lack of bank accounts, a lack of having a car, a lack of having a house. I mean, it could be anything. Or the investments energy is like essentially what you thought you were going to get with this person. Like you thought maybe, hey, maybe we're going to, start a family together and get married and build a life together. It could be any of those things. Everything is centered around here with the courage here. And what the divine is basically prompting you is for you to rediscover your confidence here. You took a hit here, obviously. I feel that the success energy in reverse is also referring to a lack of confidence that you have as a result of going through this experience. And so, like you're kind of down on yourself, basically. Regain your confidence, start, put your focus back on yourself. Stop focusing on the past. Stop focusing on this past person. Stop reliving it, all that kind of stuff. It's like really just cutting it loose, cutting that energy loose, and moving forward with your life. So, assuming that you do this, what's coming up for you in the near future? So the next 3 or 4 weeks, what's potentially coming up for you? And potentially is the key word here. Well, we got the Knight of Pentacles. So this is just like, kind of, doing your daily things, your daily, whatever your routine is. We have the Nine of Wands. This is you healing, focusing on your healing, because the Nine of Wands is the wounded warrior. It's somebody who's gone through a bunch of stuff. And so the divine wants you to, again, to focus on yourself and focus on your healing. And we have Temperance, Sagittarius energy. This is you finding balance, peace, harmony, and joy within yourself again. Another card of healing. We have the Hierophant. This is you. There's a few energies attached to this. One of them is you maybe considering connecting to somebody like a coach or a teacher or a counselor or just somebody you can talk to that you trust, that you can get advice from, having a mentor in your life. It's also about you letting go of old, outdated beliefs. And it's also there's also an energy here of the divine. It's implied, but the divine is saying you will have you will find commitment. Because this is a representation or a placeholder of a higher level of commitment. But before, you can't put the cart before the horse. Before the commitment, there's work, the Eight of Pentacles, there's work that needs to be done. And the work that you need to do is the work that you need to work on yourself, basically. Like what lessons have you learned as a result of this past person, this past relationship? What have you learned about yourself? What do you need to change? What do you need to work on? What do you need to grow? How do you need to evolve? All that kind of stuff. And as you work on yourself and you become a better version of yourself, then you're going to be moving closer to, the commitment that you're seeking. And again, what are you working on? Well, you're working on this, the devil relationship that you went through. Okay. So, and then the Seven of Pentacles is essentially the same thing as the Eight of Pentacles. It's an investment energy. It's like you learning how to put yourself first, basically, and really finding your true sense of self-worth here. And the more that you learn to invest in yourself in a healthy way, and you overcome any limitations and fears and scarcity and all those kinds of things that would just attract more toxicity into your life, you're not going to have that problem anymore. So underneath this, the Seven of Pentacles, we have the Magician. And this is you, basically the divine saying, hey, the power is in your hands, what it is that you do. The power is in your hands, what you manifest, what you create, and what you get out of life. And if you do the things, you have this Queen of Cups energy coming towards you. Male or female doesn't matter. This is what you're wanting. You're wanting love. You're wanting commitment. Well, this love energy that's embodied with this Queen of Cups, you will manifest that into your life only after you do these other things. And so if you just try to go straight after the thing. So you do have love coming towards you. You have something from your past that you need to release and let go of once and for all. And then you just need to focus on healing and, becoming a better version of yourself and learning the lessons from that past relationship and just, healing and all that kind of stuff, basically. And then once you do that, you're going to manifest this person into your life. So, and again, the timing of when is in your hands. So the sooner you do the work, the sooner you will get the reward, so to speak. Yeah, the video could be, you may have to refresh the browser. I mean, my computer it clips in and out. I think when it starts going on like a certain long period of time, I don't know. All right, Cloudy, you can ask your question while I do Arpitas. So Cloudy, if you're still here, you can drop your question into the chat. All right, is Arpita going to meet? It's tied to self-worth and self-esteem. We have synchronicity. It's tied to self-worth and self-esteem. We have synchronicity. If I can speak. We have synchronicities here. Synchronicities is about you paying attention to the messages from the divine. The divine is trying to get your attention about something. We have chaos. There's some type of chaotic energy either around you or going on inside of you that obviously is probably needing to be addressed here. So what else? What does Arpita need to know specifically here? Contract. Okay, contract. I don't know if this is related to work or business or a different relationship situation or a family. There's something with a contract. I don't know what it is. But it's something you're either tied to or somebody else is tied to. Could be about children, potentially. We have the divine feminine here. A mother or children, or this could be you needing to heal from whatever. And then we have a new beginning at the bottom of the deck with Genesis here. So it's a very similar reading almost as the one I just did for Dari. It seems like things are kind of on pause right now because there's some other things that need to be finalized, finished, closed out. What does Arpita need to know though? And don't get me all into telling me all the bullshit. I don't need to know the story. I don't need to know all the details of these other people and all this stuff. I don't care about all that. Just give me the actual. Give me what Arpita needs to know. All right. Oh, there's a lot of reversals here. I mean, a lot of reversals coming out for you. Okay. Yeah, I got it now. That's confirmation. All right, so here's the deal. There's the conflict. The chaos card that's here is the conflict 5 of Wands energy here. And then we have here's the female. I don't know if this is you or somebody else. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces here. We have a feminine here, and we got 2 feminine energies here. But regardless, whether it's you or whether it's somebody else, I don't know. What I can tell you is the reason that you're stuck, the reason that that things are not moving and there's a delay is because the divine is saying that there are things that you're not doing. You've been waiting for the divine to basically do things, essentially. Like you've been waiting for signs, or you've just been waiting for the divine to kind of do something. You've been waiting for actions or things to happen outside of you, and the divine is saying that's not the problem. The problem isn't out here. The problem is you're not using the power that you have to make a change. That's why the Magician card is in reverse. So the Magician is essentially when the divine puts the power back in her hands and says, hey, it's up to you. It's up to you to create the outcome. It's up to you to use the power to do something. And that's part of the reason why this energy and your love life has been on hold, because you're waiting for something with the synchronicities energy here. You're waiting for something to happen here. It's like, I don't know if you're waiting for a sign or you're waiting for a green light, or there's an energy of waiting for something to happen. And the divine's like essentially saying, you're not waiting on me. I'm waiting on you. That's what the Magician energy is in reverse. Also why the Hangman energy is here, because the Hangman is things are stuck. Things aren't moving. Everything is up in the air. Everything is in limbo until one of 2 things happens. Until we either get a new perspective as a result of a new revelation or a new information, new way of thinking, enlightenment, etc., or us letting go of something that's no longer serving us. It's one of the 2 or both with the Hangman here. And so we have the 7 of Swords in reverse. This is essentially the divine saying that there is a way of thinking. Your perception of this situation, your perception of what needs to happen in order for love to happen for you. You need to gain new insight here. So the 7 of Swords, when it's upright, is about self-deception. The fact that it's in reverse is essentially the divine saying what needs to change. In other words, you need to stop deceiving yourself based on the way that you've been thinking about love, relationships, and all the things going on in your life, which goes back to the Hangman. It's gaining a new perception of things, getting out of self-deception. Part of the self-deception is obviously, again, it's tied to the Magician in reverse. It's tied to this Page of Wands card in reverse and this inner conflict. So the Page of Wands in reverse is essentially, it's just a very negative, pessimistic, woe is me, everything kind of sucks type of energy, right? It's kind of childish, but it's definitely negative. It's like there's no enthusiasm anymore. Why did bad things always happen to me? Why can't I ever find love? How come everybody else gets the thing and I don't? It's all that kind of stuff. And so the 3 of Cups is the alternative to this Page of Wands. The 3 of Cups is excitement. The 3 of Cups is getting out there, having fun, enjoying your life, having fun, right? And so the divine is saying, instead of having a woe is me attitude about life, you need to shift your energy out of the negativity and start, having fun again, enjoying their life again, raising your vibration, and, basically having a positive outlook on life. And if you can't have a positive outlook on life, because of where you're at right now, the environment you put yourself in, because, when you're by yourself, you have what you don't have that you want, constantly making you feel like you're stuck, and your focus, your energy changes, because where your focus goes, your energy follows, right? And that's why the Four of Cups is in reverse. The Four of Cups in reverse is the same thing as the Three of Cups upright. Four of Cups upright is I'm sad, I'm bored, I'm depressed, life sucks, it's just a very lazy, woe is me, I'm not excited, like it's just somebody who kind of just hates their life. But in reverse, it's like that's somebody who's like, you know what? I'm going to get off my ass. I'm going to get out of this funk. Which is essentially saying like, the very first thing you need to do is you need to change your environment. You need to change what you're focused on. You need to get out of the pessimistic, depressive, woe is me type of energy. You need to get out. You'll start to transform the way that you think. You'll start to transform, like you start to find your power again. You start to get connected the way you need to get connected again, which is the Hangman energy. Right? You'll start to gain that new perspective that you need. And then as a result of you finding yourself again and getting out of the funk, you have that new beginning waiting for you. And that new beginning is going to lead you to love. But just like I was telling Dari a second ago, you can't put the cart before the horse. So nothing's going to happen anytime soon. We get the pause and the Hangman energy. Nothing's going to happen until you change. Nothing changes until we change it. So the power is in your hands. Right now, you're not using the power because the Magician is in reverse. But when you start taking your power back and you start making some changes, then it's like when you kink a hose and the water can't come out of the hose because you bent the hose. It's like you unkink the hose, and then all the things can start flowing again. So that's kind of where you're at. That's kind of what you need to. That's what you need to focus on right now. And then from there, things will begin to unfold. All right, cloudy. You may ask your question. Appreciate all you guys being here. Please, while I have your attention, please like and subscribe to the channel if you have not already. That way you guys can stay notified when I come on. I want to reach out to Jerry. No contact. Would reaching out be a good idea? And if I do, how might he react? Okay. Is it a good idea for Cloudy to reach out to Jerry, please? Well, we get the patterns card here. So this is obviously a pattern. Now, I don't know if this has happened before between you guys, and if it's not a pattern that you've had with Jerry specifically, it's a pattern that you've perhaps had in other relationships. And so the divine is mentioning it because the divine wants to bring awareness to it as being like, hey, you know, whatever happens that creates these conflicts or these no contacts or whatever, you know, it's something that it's like, you know, it's a reoccurring theme basically in your life or in your relationships, or maybe in Jerry's life and relationship. So we have contract here. And so the energy tied to contract has something to do with keeping one's word. You know, it's following through, keeping one's word. And when someone says something, it's following through. Mean what you say, you know, say what you mean what you say, that kind of thing. But then taking action. It's not just being a person of words, right? But there's also an element here too of there's another energy attached to the contract energy, which has to do with the relationship is very contractual in the sense of like, you know, I'm only going to give to you when you give to me, and like keeping track of things like, well, you know, you did that. Well, they're like, well, yeah, but you did that. You know, it's like keeping score, keeping tally, and that kind of thing, you know, or like, well, I did this for you, you know, so you should do that for me, like that kind of thing. It's very like, you know, that kind of, all of that kind of stuff, basically. Then the next card over here is we have influence. And basically it's just saying it's like the negative energy of what's going on is having, you know, and it's a negative impact basically. And so because of everything that I've mentioned so far, we have karma now. And so this is all about cause and effect, which is creating the pattern. So because of the way that you guys are choosing to relate to each other, it's creating a negative impact. And the negative impact is the influence that, you know, that's creating this negative cycle, this cause and effect, which ultimately you're just going around and around and around. You're staying in a negative cycle here, essentially what this is saying. But there's also another energy attached to the karma, which is blame. There's a, you know, it's like you blame them for something and they're over there blaming you for something. And the blame is based on the contract stuff. It's what your perception is of what they've done wrong and what they should have done better. And they're over there blaming you based on their perception of, well, you know, they did this and they should have done that. And so you're both kind of getting what you deserve right now, so to speak, because of of the way that you've related to each other in the relationship. That's what justice is here saying, the karma card. It's like you guys have created this problem in your relationship and nothing is going to change. Nothing's going to magically change here because there's a pattern. You're just going to keep doing the same thing. So you come back together, and it's all based on this contract energy here. And it's like, in other words, the divine is saying, you guys don't know how to relate to each other. And because you guys don't know how to relate to each other, you're not going to have a relationship because you're not relating. There's no relating happening here. You both have expectations for each other about the way you think the other person should be, what you think they should do. And when they're not meeting your expectations, then the relationship blows up. You go into no contact, whatever the hell happens, and then you blaming them and they're blaming you, but you both feel right. You both feel justified, and you just can't have a successful relationship that way. That's essentially what all this is saying. I wasn't trying to get into all that, by the way. I was just trying to answer your question, but I'm here to be the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. So can you tell me, can you answer the question here? No. the children card came out here, but that's not what, it's not about children. It's the divine being a little pissy. Essentially the divine is saying that you guys are acting like children. I didn't want to say it, but that's literally what the message was. It came right out. The divine said, yeah, they're acting like children. And then the children card came out. So I'm gonna try to ask your question again, because the divine is basically not answering the question. So I will ask again and see if I can get the divine to answer. Well, I do, and there's love at the bottom of the deck. I just want to acknowledge this really quick. So I mean, you guys have feelings for each other. It's just you're not doing a great job at relating in a way where the love can be conveyed to have a healthy relationship. So it's not that there's not emotions for each other. It's just, there's other things. There's too many other things that are cock blocking the love from actually being the main focus of the relationship because of this other pattern. So, should Cloudy reach out to Jerry? Can you just answer the question, please? Please. I beg you, divine. Can you please just answer the question? Right, we have illumination. And basically the energy attached to this illumination is the divine saying, yeah, but, what's the point if they don't even know that the thing that they're doing wrong, like if, in other words, the divine is saying, but if they're not acknowledging the thing that they're doing wrong, and there's not going to be any desire to fix it, so what's the point? I'm like, well, okay. I understand, but I still would like a question here answered. So delays. So that's telling me that neither one of you is basically contacting the other person. That's what the delay is here. You're kind of like, what's the word I'm thinking, man? My brain is really shutting down. You've kind of holed up, in your corner, and Jerry's over there and he's all held up in his corner. And it's like, I'm not budging and they're not budging. So there's this no contact thing, and they're not reaching out. You're not reaching out. And that's what this delay is here. And then we have this unknown, which is essentially the divine kind of being a pain in the ass by saying, well, it's up to you. Unknown. What do you want to do? Do you want to reach out? Do you not want to reach out? Underneath that, can't make this shit up. Timing. So you have delays and timing. So the divine literally is not telling me if you should do it or not. It won't. The divine is not going to tell you if you should contact Jerry or not. But with that being said, I'll use the tarot to ask the other part of the question. I'll try to get the divine to see what will happen. All right. So if Cloudy reaches out to Jerry, what will happen? What will the outcome be if Cloudy reaches out to Jerry? Is it a positive outcome? Is it a negative outcome? All right, well, we have the Empress, which doesn't tell me a whole lot. We got the Three of Swords, so there's a lot of pain and heartache right now. So obviously someone's focused on the Four of Cups. So the Ace of Swords at the bottom of the deck, the Knight of Cups, the Nine of Pentacles, the Three of Cups, the Hierophant, and the World. Okay. If you reach out, there's a 50-50 chance here. There's two possibilities. And it's all dependent on how you reach out. Okay? So assuming you do reach out, if you decide to reach out, this is going to be the determining factor here. The Ace of Swords. If you reach out and you're wanting a 50-50 shot at a potentially positive outcome, you're going to have to eat the bullet. You're going to have to basically apologize. You're basically going to have to admit fault or take responsibility. In other words, you're just going to have to basically be the person. You're going to have to be the bad guy. For lack of better words, you're going to have to be the bad guy. And I feel that because you haven't reached out, and I feel like based on the other energy that was on the table before, I obviously don't know what happened between you guys that put you in no contact. But when we had that justice or that karma card out here a second ago, I made mention of it. There's a part he feels he was done wrong, and you feel that you were done wrong. And he's blaming you for things, and you're blaming him for things. And you're both basically... You've both been waiting for the other person to be the one to come forward and essentially make it right, apologize, kiss, and make up. Well, if you reach out and you want to roll the dice, and again, 50-50 chance of it being a positive outcome, you're going to have to be the person. You're going to have to kind of man up, if you will, and reach out to him, and you're going to have to basically kiss his ass. That's what the Empress is, being the mother, the nurturer, basically kiss ass. I'm sorry, blah, blah, blah. You're right. I was wrong. You're basically just going to have to accept blame and apologize. My fault, my bad, I'm sorry. You were right, I was wrong. And basically kiss his ass with the Empress card here. Because this is where he's at. Sitting in it, being a victim, he's not doing anything. He's not going to reach out to you. Not in this energy. Not while he's focused on being hurt and scowling all Eeyore under the tree. Woe is me, woe is me. And feeling like you're the one to blame. That's what that is. And so you can take the hit. You can reach out. And the Ace of Swords is basically you reaching out, taking the blame. It's me. It was my fault. My bad. I care about you. I love you. You were right. I was wrong. Here you are, Knight of Cups, making your proclamation of love, kissing his ass. And then we have the Nine of Pentacles, and the Nine of Pentacles is basically inflating his ego, reminding him he's so amazing and he's the shit. That's what the Nine of Pentacles is. You blowing up his ego. And then maybe you guys can have the Three of Cups, which is the reunion. Oh, okay, you kissed my ass, you blew, you admitted that you were wrong, right? You inflated my ego, so now we can get together, come back together, and have fun again. This is the reunion. Getting together, having fun again, everything's okay. And then maybe you guys can go back to having a relationship. But, here's the big but. But then you got this. The wheel. And the wheel is here saying you're just going to go around and do it all over again. And how do I know that you're going to do it all over again? Because of this. Nine of Swords. You're just going to end up right back in the same place. So, 50% chance that if you reach out while he's in this energy, Four of Cups, 50% chance that you'll get a desired result. 50%. And depending on how much ass kissing and how much ego inflating and how much accepting of the blame that you take will determine his response back to you. In other words, whether or not, he wants to have that Three of Cups with you. So, the divine is saying it's up to you. That's why the Unknown card is here. The divine's like, I can't tell you what to do, but it's up to you. Now, I'll go one step further, and I'll tell you what my advice would be as a relationship coach, if I were you. And again, I don't know the backstory. I don't know who did what. But if somebody, if you fucked up, if you genuinely fucked up and you did do something wrong, and I'm not saying that you did because I don't know, but if you did something wrong, then of course the right thing to do is Ace of Swords, take accountability and responsibility for whatever you did wrong. But not to get anything from him, but just for yourself and say, hey, you know what? I don't like that I behaved that way. I don't like what happened. I don't like that I treated you that way. I'm going to just take accountability for myself. And so I genuinely, authentically want to apologize to you because, maybe I was an asshole. Maybe I said some hurtful things. Maybe I did some hurtful things. But if he's guilty of something that he did and it was equal, or maybe it wasn't equal, maybe he did the more terrible thing, or maybe he was more responsible. I don't know. Again, I don't know the story. What I would do if I were you is I would focus on myself, and I wouldn't tolerate this bullshit any fucking day of the week, because this is childish. This shit right here is absolutely childish. Ho-hum, woe is me. Like, I wouldn't tolerate that bullshit for 2 fucking seconds. Nor would I pursue it, nor would I be attracted to it. Like, you're a fucking man. Act like a fucking man. Like, stop being a little bitch, basically. And I mean that with all respect, by the way, but I'm just keeping it real. You know, like, how can you respect a man who's not going to be a man, right? And he's just waiting for you. He's waiting for you to come basically mommy him and lick his butthole and essentially, you know, stroke his ego and basically wait to see if you do it to his standards. Like, well, yeah, she came back, but you know, is she going to stroke my ego and mommy me to the level that I want her to? And if not, then I can just reject her, right? Because that's what this Four of Cups is. Like, he's essentially decided that he's going to reserve the right, if you come back and you in a way that he doesn't like, then he reserves the right to just reject you. And do you want to subject yourself to that? Do you have such low self-worth and low self-confidence in yourself that you feel that you deserve to be treated that way? Because no matter how thin you slice it in a relationship, it takes two. There's always two sides to every story, right? Or there's three sides to the story. There's your side, there's his side, and then the third side is the truth. You know, it takes two to tango. It always takes two to tango. So in an ideal world, if you really, really loved each other, in an ideal world, he would take responsibility, 100% responsibility for whatever he did wrong that was hurtful. And then you would take 100% responsibility for what you did that was hurtful. And you would both come together and you'd both have a chance to apologize, decide what's going to change, how you're going to implement it, how you're going to hold yourself accountable to the new standard of your relationship together, and how you're going to hold each other accountable to the new standard of the relationship together in a loving, non-violent, non-aggressive, non-childish, bitchy way. And you'd be able to come together, implement that plan, and start moving in a healthy direction. But, you know, this is zero accountability. This is just sitting in the damage and the dirt and the dust of defeat, right? We fucked this relationship up. We hurt each other's feelings. We treat each other like shit, and we're both hurting. And now that we're both hurting, neither one of us wants to take accountability or responsibility for the fact that we both hurt each other. But yet, deep down inside, as we saw over here at the bottom of the deck a second ago before I reshuffled it, we saw the love. So you both obviously have feelings and emotions for each other, but you're just doing a really terrible job of expressing it and experiencing it because there's too much immaturity. There's too much of this other bullshit going on. So, you know, to me, there's a bigger picture than even this right here. The big picture is, what's the purpose of this relationship? Why do you want why would you want to reach out to this person? For what? What are you going to get out of it? What do you want out of it? What is your expectation moving forward? What is the vision, goal, and purpose moving forward despite the experience that you've had up to this point with this person? Right? And until you can answer those questions and, you know, and you have clarity about the purpose for which you're trying to move forward and why you want this, then I don't really see the point. Like, reach out to him for what? Who cares? You can reach out to him and he's either going to reject you or, you know, he's going to wait for you to lick his butthole. And if you lick his butthole the way that he wants you to lick his butthole, then he's going to be like, okay, thank you. Now we can be good again, until you're not good again. Because the next time something happens and you get triggered or he gets triggered, you're just going to go right back to doing this all over again. So, you know, it's a dysfunctional relationship at this point. So the big question, in my opinion, is: do you want to continue to be in a dysfunctional relationship with somebody? Yes or no? And if the answer is no, then the next obvious question is: what can you do within your power? Because you're the only person you can control. You can't control him. You can't control him or anything that he does or doesn't do. You can only control yourself. So with the power that you have within your control, if you don't want to be in a dysfunctional relationship, what can you do to ensure, as far as you're concerned, with what's in your power, what can you do different to not be in a dysfunctional relationship? Right? That's called taking responsibility. So if you take accountability and responsibility for you, and you don't want to be in a dysfunctional relationship, then what needs to change? How can you communicate that change? Because there has to be a reason beyond just wanting to reach out to him. That's not a good enough reason to reach out to him. Or, well, I still care about him. You need a bigger reason than just caring about him to reach out to him. Because you guys cared about each other before, and this is where you're at. This is where that got you. Or as they like to say, your best thinking is what got you here. Right? In a metaphorical sense. Right? So obviously caring about each other is not going very well for you guys right now. So there has to be something more. Right? And so I'm just sharing all of this because, I do relationship coaching outside of this tarot channel. And I deal with this kind of stuff all of the time. Always working with people who are having relationship issues. And so, again, this is just apart from the reading, this is just my side personal advice. Like what I would do if I were you, if I was in your shoes. If I really cared for the person, I would get very clear on, do I really want to be in a relationship with someone like this? Do I really want to go and try to bridge this gap? And if I do, okay, well, yeah, I really care about the person. Then, I would sit with myself and go, okay, well, obviously things have to change because we can't keep doing this because the relationship won't sustain it. Like you can't keep doing this again and again and again and then end up with this person. Eventually the relationship is going to fail and it's going to be irreparable and you'll never have another chance. Either whether you do something to him or he does something to you or you both do something to each other, right? So if the goal is to not fight, to not hurt each other, the goal is love, the goal is connection, then the you that you've both been needs to be different than the you that you've been up until now. There needs to be two new yous that show up doing things different. Because what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. And so since he's obviously not reached out to you and you're the one who's more open to taking the lead and going first and trying to maybe extend the olive branch, if that's what you decide to do, then that also puts the burden on you to decide kind of like the fate of the relationship before any other action is taken. Because he's going to be reacting to the action that you take. So, and that's convenient when you're in that reactionary place because you can just sit back, let somebody do all the work, and it puts you in a position to where essentially you have to put low to no effort, but you still have an opportunity to decide if you want that or not. So it's minimal risk involved on his part. You're the one who's going to be assuming all the risk by reaching out, and then you're going to have to assume all the risk essentially about, determining, how the relationship can be different. Because he's not in that energy right now. Which is why, again, if I were you, I just wouldn't deal with somebody like that. Because their actions speak louder than words. His actions are speaking louder than words right now. If this dude cared about you the same way you care about him, then sure, okay, you have a fight, whatever, you need take some space. Calm down, chill out. And when you've calmed down and you've chilled out, give yourself a couple of days, get back in your normal headspace, then go back and, make up, right? Like, that's fair. That's fine. But someone who's sulking and they're blaming and they're expecting you to do all the work, like, when someone shows you who they are, you have to believe it. Like, this is who this dude is, and to expect him to just randomly be some, different just because you go back and, you kiss his ass and you stroke his ego and you apologize and you take all the blame. And he's like, oh, okay, great. Well, that was easy. She assumed all the risk. I had to do nothing, and then the next time he gets butthurt, he can just pull the plug on the whole relationship again. And then the ball will be back in your court again. It's like, well, if you want him back, now you're going to have to go back, apologize all over again, lick his butthole all over again, stroke his ego all over again. Like, and essentially that will be the pattern because you're teaching him how to treat you essentially at that point. So I just have too much dignity and self-respect for myself to deal with any shit like that. It's like, look, if you're going to be in this energy, cool, dude. Hey, sit under the tree and cry for the rest of your life. Peace out, bro. I'm going to go live my life. I'm going to go work on myself. And I'm going to go find somebody that treats me like a fucking queen. And, you can sit under the tree all you want. I don't care. But that's just my opinion. Yeah, you're wanting, I understand. You want closure, but you want closure from him. But it's not really closure. It's not really closure that you're wanting. There's a part of you that wants to know if his feelings for you were ever true, and you're unsure about that because he's not doing anything right now to prove that you have any value to him. That's the part that makes this difficult for you. It's like, well, did he ever love me? Because if somebody really loved me and cared about me, wouldn't they try to say something, do something, send me a smoke signal? Like, can somebody really love another person and just cold cut them off and sit like a little baby under a tree and throw a temper tantrum and basically be like, oh, whatever, I don't give a fuck? Like, there's a part of you there's a part in all that makes it difficult. And so because you want to believe that in the good in him, there's a part of you that wants to believe in the love that he said that he had for you. That's the part of you that's the part within you that's wanting you to go contact him. That's where that's coming from. You're wanting to reach out to him to validate and verify if it's really true or not. Because there's a part of you that just right now, or at least a second ago, couldn't fathom that, okay, well, wait a minute, like, was this just a joke? Like, did I have was I over here, like, having all these feelings for this person and they didn't feel the same way back? Because that would fuck with you. And so you're wanting him to do something to give you the proof or not that were you crazy? Did I actually have feelings for this man or did I not? And so that's what's driving you to want to reach out to him. And, I get it. I understand, you're human. We're all human. I'm guilty of it. I've had that experience. I've wanted to do that before. And what I can tell you based on my experience with that is the truest and most authentic answer that you will get is blessing him and giving him the gift of your absence. If somebody truly values you and loves you, and you give them space, indefinite space. When I say you go no contact, I mean you're no fucking contact. Like, that's it. As far as you're concerned, if he never comes back and you never hear from him again, then that's it. That person, really think about how you really feel about this dude. Really think about how it feels to go through this experience, to be treated the way that you feel you're being treated, and is this sustainable? Is this what you want to subject yourself to? We all get what we tolerate. Because he's giving you answers right now. They're not the answers that you want, but you're getting answers. Just because it's silent treatment doesn't mean that communication isn't occurring. He's telling you loud and clear how he feels right now. It's just not the type of communication you'd prefer. It's the silent treatment. You know, it's, well, she's wrong and I'm right, and she knows where to find me, and if she comes back, you know, she better have she better have something profound to say while she licks my butthole and strokes my ego. Like, I don't know. I mean, you know, is that the kind of guy you want to be with? It's the kind of relationship you want. And so, I don't know. I don't, and I just want to be clear, because I'm being very, like, my brain is literally melted at this point. I know I'm sounding very intense and very direct, and I don't mean it. I'm not saying all this to come across and sound like an asshole. And I don't think that he is a bad guy. Just to be clear. Okay. So I'm not here like taking a side or something. I don't think that he's a bad person. I think that he is an immature person. And as a man, I believe that a man is meant to be a leader. And I would not, if it were me, and I can only speak for myself. Okay? You know, he did things wrong. I'm sure you've done things wrong. But as a man, it's a man's job to be a man. And if I were that person and I was in a relationship with you and I deeply cared about you, when I calmed down, if we were in no contact and I calmed down, I would come reach out to you. I would take responsibility. I'm the man. I don't expect you to be the man. I'm going to be the man. I would reach out to you, and I would ask that we have a cordial conversation. There's no blaming. There's no conflict. None of that shit. Just taking accountability. Hey, I did this, and I'm sorry. Care about you. I want to make this better. I don't want to fight with you. I want to, you know, do whatever we got to do to fix this and figure this out. And then give you a chance to apologize, to say what you need to say. Let's get on the same page. Let's work this out. I care about you. I don't want to be, I don't want to be at odds with you, in conflict with you, no contact, right? That's what I would do. That's what a man should do. And I'm not saying that, there aren't cases where, hey, men shouldn't have to tolerate terrible behavior no matter what either. But I do believe that the man should go first. That's just what I believe. Not everybody's going to agree with that, by the way. A lot of people would disagree with me. Why does the guy have to go first? It's like, well, because he's the fucking man. But that's the way that's what I believe. And I just don't, I appreciate And to your credit, really quick, and I'll, I know I'm making this long, but to your credit, just the fact that you're considering, the fact that you came here to ask, to consider, like just considering reaching out, tells me you have bigger balls than he does, because he does not have any of that energy at all over here. The Three of Swords and the Four of Cups. It's like he has no, at least right now, maybe he'll change his mind later. I don't know, but right now, there's no part of him that's that had any intention on taking action or trying to, come back towards you. So, at the very least, you can be proud of yourself for knowing, like, I was willing to take the first step. I was willing, to break no contact. I was really, willing to try to do that, which was more than what he was willing to do based on what I see here. So that's something for you to be proud of, at least that you considered it. Like, well, I cared about him enough to be willing to work on this and reach out or something. But, if my efforts, if he's going to create all these, hoops for me to jump through, and it's not an equal effort, that's just ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't have to jump through hoops. You shouldn't have to stroke his ego. You shouldn't have to lick his butthole and mommy him, make him feel, you shouldn't have to do all of that. That's not what that's not, you're not with a man. You're not with somebody who, who's putting in equal effort as you are. You know what I mean? Like, that's just not equal. So, I know that's probably not the, it's probably not the answers you were looking for, but I can only tell you the truth. I would never lie to anybody. I'd never bullshit anybody. I just have to tell the truth. But, hopefully there's some help there, or some benefit there, some type of clarity there. And, like I said, if I were you, I'd focus on you, focus on yourself, and just try to get out of the bad energy, try to get out of the negativity to the best of your ability. You're not perfect. You're human. Of course, you're going to think about him, but to the best of your ability, try to not obsess over it. Try to not think about it too much, and just start focusing on you, and just go back to living your life, feeling good about yourself, and, redirect that energy somewhere else. And if he decides to come up, if time goes by and he decides to come around and he decides to man up, then, you don't have to be a bitch. You don't have to be ugly. You don't have to be mean, but you can have boundaries. If he comes around later down the road and you still, and you're open to talking to him or something, then you can tell him. He's like, look, dude, I am not going to be with somebody and have that type of relationship ever again, ever. So, I only have space and room for my life for people who take responsibility, they take accountability, they know how to communicate, they know how to apologize, they know how to man up, like, have those boundaries. Like, this is what I'm going to look for from now on, and, maintain your boundaries, your dignity, and your self-respect. So, don't beat yourself up. Don't fall into negativity. Don't be hard on yourself. Try to not overthink it. Try to not obsess over it. It takes two. Every relationship takes two, and, right now it is what it is. So just learn from what it is, apply what you learn, use those lessons to be a better version of yourself, and, get back out there and start enjoying and living your life. We're not getting any younger, and we're not promised a tomorrow, right? Like, So anyway, I know it sucks. I know that because this three of swords, it applies to you too. Like it's not just him. I mean, I know you're hurting as well. So I don't want, again, like I don't know, I've been on for like, I don't know, how long have I been on? 7 hours, almost 7 hours and 20 minutes that I've been on straight. My bladder wants to explode and my brain wants to melt. So I apologize if I'm coming across as direct or insensitive. It's not, I don't mean to come across that way. I know that you're hurting in this as well. So, be gentle, be kind to yourself as you go through the process, but just try not to stay there. Like there's no reason to stay there. Give yourself time to let the emotions pass through you, but then get up and, start living your life again. Yeah, you deserve love. You deserve love. You deserve to be treated with respect. Learn from this situation, learn from your mistakes, and just work on becoming a better version of yourself. Get yourself back out there and, find somebody that is willing to put forth the same level of effort in having a healthy connection that you are, because that's what you deserve. So, don't let this bum you out too much. Don't let it, get you down for too long. You're human. It's, we all deserve to grieve, and go through the things. Just don't catastrophize it, I guess is a good word. If that makes sense. All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I'm never gonna. I'm never gonna sugarcoat anything. I definitely can't sugarcoat anything. That's just against who I am as a person. But you're so welcome. I appreciate your patience. Appreciate you sticking around. And for the rest of you guys, I apologize. I've been on for 7 hours, 20 minutes. My mind is literally melted. I've got to get some sleep. And my bladder literally is going to explode. So, thank you guys for coming out. Have a great weekend, and I will see you all very soon. And love and light.